Okay, we're back with more FF1. Just got the item that lets us get the airship. I think I just use it on my boat and it lets me fly, but I'm not sure, so we'll go get back to the ship and see if that works. If we do have that, I'm going to head to the Hellfire Chasm, which is a Dawn of Souls specific bonus dungeon. Some good items we can get in there. We're heading to the next main story mission. So, Smash Brothers news came out today, and Minecraft Steve is the new character, which I think is a really, really good choice. In addition to it being kind of a funny meme choice people have been talking about for a long time. Can I just fly now, or how does it work? Do I have to take it somewhere? Looks like I have to take it somewhere. Alright, I'm going to try the Scholar guy. Give that a try, otherwise I'll look it up here in a second. Definitely causes the number of meme Smash Brothers fighters that they haven't implemented yet to dwindle. Yeah, that's a pretty cool concept. I talked about it a little bit in Discord yesterday when people were speculating that, like, adaptation is such a cool and fun concept in media creation. It's something that, you know, we've been able to have fun with in the literary TV and movie space for a really long time, but it's really hard to go back and, like, adapt someone else's video game, because all video games have been developed after the forever plus 1 day Western copyright policy. So there's very few arenas in which you get to see a product adapted by a different developer into a different genre, outside of like Smash Brothers, right, where, you know, third-party rights holders are thirsty to get their games featured and let Sakurai do whatever he wants with them. Fill in a Minecraft workbench UI in the middle of a Smash combat situation. Yeah. This is my one idea. Never heard of me? Inconceivable. Shit, I just got Wallace Shant. Alright, hold on, let me look up Levistone. So there's a couple really huge developers, like, you know, Blizzard has their Heroes of the Storm MOBA and Hearthstone, where they can, like, adapt their own properties into different genres. Like, oh, it's this, but now it's a card game. Levistone, Cavern of Ice, travel to the Ryukon Desert. Well, really? I just have to go to a random desert with the stone in my inventory? Final Fantasy I, wow. South of Crescent Lake, okay. So although you get all these really cool, like, you know, dozens of Shakespeare adaptations, for example. Oh, what the hell? There we go. You get dozens of Shakespeare adaptations in, like, the literary, movie, and TV world. You don't really see a lot of people adapting Mario, right? Or if they do, it's an indie dev that's doing it and getting away with it, even though they probably shouldn't be. I really like Castle in the Darkness, which was just full of references to other games, many of which were legally dubious, but the game is probably small enough that it doesn't matter, right? They're never going to get busted for it. And sometimes that public domain work gets adapted into a video game, which is, you know, a fun way to enjoy adaptation in the gaming space, but the fact that copyright is such a death grip on creativity doesn't let us see what would happen if anyone could do whatever they wanted with Link or Mega Man or whatever. That's a fun game. Done a couple games where there have been a little legally dubious reference. Otherwise unexpected, like Odalis the Dark Calm. I wish I had the timestamp for it, but it's an otherwise pretty standard, you know, Genesis era Golden Axe style game. But randomly in the middle of the game, there's a boss that it just happens to be Chill Penguin. Like its attack routine is identical to Chill Penguin from Mega Man X. It kind of looks like an undead penguin too. The game doesn't make any commentary on it. It's not like every boss in the game is an adaptation of some other boss. Stuff like that I think is really cool. Maybe that's the way you do it, is you sneak it in there, or you talk about what can be and what can't be copyrighted, right? I know that that's been a debate in the tabletop space for a really long time. Like, you can't copyright math. So if there is a finite number of, like, 2D enemy routines, the sprite for Chill Penguin is probably copyright Capcom. But can we say that his attack routine is copyrightable? Probably not. I think it's this desert down here. Let's see if I can get there. Then again, I wonder, like, that has to break down at some point. If you made a video game where every boss in the game was a mechanical copy of Mega Man X bosses, I feel like Capcom would get mad. Even if you change everything else about them. Ryukon Desert. Glad I looked this up. Would not have known to do this. I'm surprised they didn't add some kind of in-game hint character, but maybe they did and I just haven't found them. It's a pretty cool animation. Thanks, Game Boy Advance. Sweet. There's an NPC somewhere that will talk about this if you talk to every NPC everywhere. Oh, those are the days. You obtain an airship. I got so many heat sinks lying around. I hear you, Dragon. Don't have to deal with combat anymore when I'm traveling around the world map. That's nice. Should be like a string of islands somewhere. Let's Hellfire Peninsula. Hey, Jan, how you doing? I guess there's an argument to be made for the every NPC in the game has either useless repeatable dialogue or extremely important dialogue, or even as an event flag. I guess there's something fun about talking to everybody in every town, kind of. One of these is the Hellfire Chasm. This one, maybe? Oh, can I not land on Swamp? There we go. Finally, fantasy. What's up? Heat surrounding the door is gone. Our prince has become king. No one's likely to enter anytime soon. Alright. Hope we get some good random loot in here. I probably need to buy more ethers soon. Understanding is that all the chests in here generate randomly, basically. Black goblins. I was gonna say, I feel like the Souls games kind of have a look around and talk to everybody and read everything and you can figure stuff out. But I guess that's modulated by player messages, where they can make something that's really obtuse but technically hint to in game and still have like messages that can help you to find those important messages, or help you even if you miss the important message. I've noticed that I'm playing Bloodborne with Andrea, and the game is like 90% blind. I remember the boss fights, but none of the connective tissue or level design between them for the most part. And just am surprised at how much easier it is to figure out what you're supposed to do when you're not streaming the game, and you can give it 100% of your attention, and you can just slow down whenever you get an item, read the description. Ooh, Hermes shoes. Is this a consumable or an equipable? Fuck, it's an equipable. That's not good. A fairly small number of total potential conversation partners. Right, and virtually no conversation partners that are, like, 100% pointless, or 100% flavor. They all tend to say or do something useful. Uh-oh. This is potentially super bad. 3 enemies that are all going to use Petrify abilities. Dodge the bullet. Thinking more about the whole random NPC dialogue thing and like obtuse quest design, I really think the more I think about it, that like the Souls leaving messages for other players thing is like the most genius thing ever. I'm surprised that more games haven't adopted that aren't explicitly, Souls inspired. It lets you do some stupid bullshit in your game. Hide some really stupid invisible walls, or some really mean traps, or really, really obtuse puzzles. But if players can leave behind generic hints, kind of lets you get away with it. Do 1 damage to the fighter, or maybe 1 hit KO someone. Oh yeah, because you basically have this always-on asymmetrical multiplayer system. I should just see it as like an empowering counterweight. You can ignore some of the lessons of game design and conveyance if you're willing to allow players to connect to a big server and leave notes to each other. Wonder if you could do a limited note-leaving system in a game like Lana. Well, most of them give you some kind of incentive for writing messages. Bloodborne, for example, whenever someone rates your message, you get a full heal. But I've never seen a shortage of messages in those games. Like, it's that rare 5% of the time that there wasn't a message warning me of ambush ahead, or whatever. The fuck? This is weird. Simon says stand still. You moved, you lose. Go no further. Construction ahead. Take an alternate route. Anyway, like with 5% of the time that someone didn't leave a message, like, oh, I can finally leave a message now because someone else hasn't covered it. It's an NPC in Dark Souls 2. You have to talk to 4 times, make her go somewhere else to progress. Yeah, I don't know how you would communicate that via player messages, huh? Persistence required ahead. Therefore, keep talking or something like that. Oh, I see. Whenever you walk on those shiny bits of ground, there's scripted fights. Got it. Wow, that's incredibly annoying. I'm sure you're having fun with that square. Oh man, I have to like hold down the button to fit past him, but then I'll run right past. Jesus. I guess I could turn run off. Hold on. This probably isn't even worth it. There's probably a dead end in there. Up, 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 up. Oh my god. Go! Ah, okay. Wow, that was dumb. Okay. Bad adventurers, you're not supposed to be here. Naughty, naughty Zoot. And there was nothing up here. Accept fate and do not fight it. I got the same problem on the way out here. Frame perfect movement in a turn-based RPG. If you patched player hints into La Mulana, using the same kind of like you can only draw from a specific set of words, I feel like it wouldn't make the game way easier. It'd be kind of neat if you had to unlock certain words too. It'll be another thing to unlock. But they'd have to give you a good incentive for leaving messages. Oh right, I'm standing on one of these shit. Let's get out of this. Hey, there's a chest back here. Echo Grass, worth it. Guess I need those in case the white mage gets silenced. You suck, dude. Surprisingly difficult to pull off. Not walking 2 tiles. They use their, decade and a half of game design knowledge in Dawn of Souls to add several dungeons that are just kind of pants on head silly equivalent of Goomba pyramids in Mario Maker. The other one was pretty goofy too, with that giant like oasis, empty desert area that took forever to move through. Fuck, it's a dead end. I have to let the guy walk. Okay. This is like some RPG Maker shit, this dungeon. This particular floor of this dungeon. God damn it. At this point, I should just go 2 tiles to the right and take 2 more battles, right? God. Come on, dude. Okay, hey, I made it! Don't regret having not experienced this amazing content. Oh, and these dungeons are designed you have to come back to them repeatedly. I already looked up which bosses have good drops. The whole thing is shiny. Deeply compelling content. Alright. Black mage plus white mage are enough. Hey, I got you, Zla. Take me a bit to process the redemption, but... it's in queue. I'm gonna look into this new Deepbot Light DB thing probably next week. I might be able to automate some redemptions. I probably can't do automated tag redemptions, that's still pretty complicated, but... that's a dead end. I was gonna say, if she stopped at the very bottom tile there... It just occurred to me, a way to make this place even worse would to have one of these NPCs randomly be the one you have to talk to that lets you advance out of the area. I think you gotta do some, like, competitions to have the worst game design possible, right? You get some of that in Mario Maker levels, I guess. He won't turn around. Alright, well I have to go on 2 tiles then. One or 2 random NPCs that just warp you outside and you have to start over. I know they do it on the Programmer Humor subreddit. There was a competition a couple years ago to, like, come up with the absolute worst UX for entering a phone number. I remember one of them was somebody made an interactable rotary phone that you had to dial. Hey, I don't have to talk to someone to get warped out of here. That's a good sign. It's alright when they're against a wall like this, because you can just hold up and not run past them. That scared the shit out of me. This is just level 3. Happens to be... looks like the world map. Now, the question is, does it let me tent? Probably not. Nope. How big is this area, I wonder? If this is a gigantic room, there's a huge room in the previous optional dungeon. So I might look up a map here, just to make this a little more tolerable. There are 3 world maps in the Hellfire Chasm. On all 3 maps, you'll have the use of your canoe, as well as a ship and airship. The airship must be found via talking to a man you encounter, then going to a lone palm tree. Airships only needed to get out of the map in the top right. Oh god. Okay. I think I know which map I'm on. Yeah, okay, I do. So let me look at it here and see where the things are. There are potential chest spawns, so I want to keep an eye out for those. Elm Gygus. Gotta find where the boat spawn is, though. Okay, I think I know where it is. Go southwest. Yeah, paying bills here. Burn some ethers here in a second. So I'm gonna have to restock on ethers after this run, whenever we get to a boss. It's possible we won't be strong enough to handle the bosses. We're just barely making it happen in the previous optional dungeon. So I think we go past this little nook here. There's a chest down there, so that's cool. The chests all randomly spawn, and occasionally they have good gear in them. Like we got some elven cloaks in the last one. Let me see what can spawn on the 3rd floor. Phoenix down, stamina plus, red fang, mind plus. Sage's surplus. Which I feel like we ran into an item called a surplus in some other game recently, and I was like, that's not a real word. That's got to be a localization error. I guess it's an actual name for some kind of road. Maybe it's here somewhere. So here's the guy we gotta talk to. Not all places can be reached by boat. There's treasures in those places that I just can't get to. Use a Levistone of the oasis in the desert. Raise an airship from the sands. I keep wanting to check the world map. That's not how this works. Okay, hold on. I gotta go back to the map here in a second. I just want to see if it knows where the surplus can spawn. Yeah, okay. So now we gotta go to the oasis. Which looks like you reach it via boats? Question mark. Get a September pop-up. Oh man, Twitch is something else. Yellow Ogre, this is new. The surplice thing was in Dragon Quest 7? Nice. Oh, we get to see this cool animation again, mid-dungeon. Like, they were very proud of this. It's a cool animation. Given that the NES version didn't have anything like this, I assume. I think with DQ7 it was like, that can't be an error because this game is too well localized. Imagine watching that cutscene every time you come back here to fight the additional bosses if you wanted to fight all 4 of them. There's no reason to fight all 4 of them, it seems like, so... Alright, I'm gonna go find the other chest locations. Here's one. The Sage's Surplice is the most exciting thing that we could get. Hey, look at that. God is real. Oh, and it increases intelligence, which apparently isn't tracked here. Def 27, evade 78. Surplus, assume. Well, that made this whole run worth it. It's a pretty big defensive and potentially offensive upgrade for Topapa. The one, the only Topapa. Serp, your amusement at that name is gonna... I think that's the canon name for a generic black mage from now on. Should be surplus. Yeah, that makes sense. Is this the exit here? Can't tell if the tile in the lower left is actually a legal tile or not. Let's just go here. Hey, alright, items that can spawn on this floor, 4F. Pretty much just a silver apple, everything else is a boring consumable. Oh, can we not get random battles when running on lava? Give me more lava. What's the exit? Chests. Eye drops. Yay. I'm excited to do more Yakuza 0. Game is really well written. Hey, she can one-shot them now, very cool. Do they actually have an intelligence stat? They totally do. So maybe some of these other pieces of gear increase those other stats sometimes. I have a phobia. Items in video games that have hidden passive effects, or effects that aren't stated on the status screen when you go to equip them, freak me the fuck out. Like, I love the Souls games. Oh, but it stresses me out so much that there's a bunch of cool little items like that, and if you didn't have people in chat telling you, yeah, that increases your stamina regen. What? Oh, God. It's like, I really like cool, unique, passive effects like that, but when they're hidden, if you tell me one item exists in the game that has a hidden effect like that, it can scare the shit out of me. It gives me this feeling that now I need to wiki everything for the game to be playable, right? Which is generally not fun. 5th floor has... Wait, this is 5F, right? Thieves' gloves, potentially. What? You're kidding, sir. Oh, here's the... Okay, so I think there are 2 boss floors here. So I don't think there are any chests here. So there's one boss that we want to fight on this floor, and one boss that we want to fight on the bottom floor. The other one has kind of terrible drops. 2 of them just have like a consumable item, and 2 of them are actual equipment. Jesus Christ, sir. I feel like it's good that it's on my white mage then, so she can't be silenced, but... Well, thank you for telling me that. So this was where I was playing Final Fantasy IV, and I was like, Scarmiglione! And it's like, it's Scarmiglione, or whatever the fuck. I'm so sorry. Okay, hold on. Scarmiglione is the one that has the bad drop. The other one has a good drop. Battle Network has lots of hidden passive shit. That's kind of fun that they use these optional dungeons for like other classic Final Fantasy bosses, like the Echidna and Cerberus, Ahriman. Echidna is a boss in Final Fantasy XIV now, isn't it? Wait, does Cagnazzo suck too? Maybe it's just the 2 on this floor both suck. Yeah, Cagnazzo is a light curtain. And, hold on. Scarmiglione is something that sucks. It might just be the 2 bosses on the bottom floor, which is fine. Let's keep going. Scarmiglione drops a lunar curtain. Yeah, nope, they both suck. Ahriman, Cerberus, and the Dragon are all from World of Darkness originally. Gotcha. Both would be a cool fight, potentially. I've got spells to help with them, but no reason to fight them if they don't drop anything. Well, yeah, now that you mention it, that could help with some other bosses, although I'm going to learn Null Death eventually. I don't have access to it yet. That would keep Earthquake from one-shotting people. I guess the bosses with the more interesting drops are deeper in the dungeon anyway, so... Wait, so where's the actual exit? Do I have to fight one of them to get to the exit? Hold on. Hellfire, Chasm, blah blah blah. Oh, I have to fight one of them. Oh, okay. Well, I guess let's do Scarmiglione. Cagnazzo drops a light curtain, which I assumed was just casting Protect on the party, but maybe it does something else. Light curtain. Null all. That, I guess, could be pretty good until we get it for the white mage. Alright, let's do Scarmy. Although it probably has death magic, so I might have to try the other boss. I have Null Shock, Null Blaze, and Null Frost, but nothing for Null Earth. I think Light Curtain and Lunar Curtain are usually Protect and Shell on the party, or Reflect maybe. That's an interesting change of pace. Let's do a Protectra first. Oh, they hit pretty hard. I guess that was a crit. Okay, so Null Shock might be a good idea. Video games with the funniest hidden effects. Good timing on Hilara. Thank you, Null Shock. Damn. Easy. Too easy. Could get a Dante's Inferno rapper named Scarmiglione. Oh, we're not done. That's why, because it's like Odyssey 4. That's kind of cool. To recast all my shit now, though? That is strictly bad for me. Okay. Poison gas. Holy fuck. Okay. Well, that's a thing. I don't think I'm coming back from that one. Thank you for Protera or whatever. Moments before disaster. What even is, what kind of attack is that? It's ridiculous. Poison gas. Don't use it again, please. You suck. Really bad. Moderate to major non-elemental damage, as well as poison. Let's try Cagnazzo. My mistake was needing to breathe. He doesn't have 2 phases. Narrator, he did have 2 phases. So it took me 4 turns to cast Haste and Temper. It would be nice if they mixed that into a single spell at some point. Probably need Null Ice. I'm guessing he doesn't have a water attack. Hampered. I guess if I had a red mage, it would probably solve that problem instead of a thief. Man, might just be really lucky on his rotation here. He's only using physical attacks. Oh jeez, okay. Now I can cast Thundaga. Only I may do that, asshole. Because Cagnazzo does have 2 sprites in the original game, so maybe this isn't going to end well for me. I don't know if I can stack Proterra or not. He's a turtle, he needs it. Poor little guy. Actually, now that I think about it, all of them have 2 sprites, don't they? Barbariccia has, okay, didn't do the other one. Has 1 in a whirlwind, 1 not in a whirlwind. Rubicante has, oh, what the fuck? With his cloak on and off. Oh, is he supposed to use Tsunami? Let me make sure my save here, in case I can't get out. File 3. Okay, B6 potentially has Thieves' Gloves, which would be wonderful if we actually got it. Oh, jeez. I have no idea which floor we're on. Alright. I guess you get the maps in this one are randomized, unlike the previous optional dungeon. Like, I know we're on B6, but B6 isn't the same for everyone. This one doesn't... Oh, maybe I found it. This is a huge map, so I do want to use the map to try to find all of the potential chests here. Usually uses Tsunami every turn. Does it class it as water damage or is it ice? I'm hoping to fight Rubicante because I can use Null Blaze and hopefully reduce most of his damage. I think he's got a decent drop. Red Curtain. Oh, it wants. Didn't realize I didn't connect. a good question, yeah. It's non-elemental? Uh-oh. I very easily could have died then, but I got lucky and he just physically attacked. Petrify enemies. At least I got a preemptive strike. Seem pretty resistant to thunder damage in this one. He's resistant to magic in general, I guess. 2400 gil. Come on, give me some thieves' gloves in here. Ugh. One of this light curtain. Strength tonic temporarily raises attack. Luck, I assume, is crit. Give it to Baku. Alright, hold on. Oh, there's only 4 possible chests in here? And where's the exit then? Must be up around there somewhere. Excuse you. So all of the bosses in the first dungeon were originally from FF3. I guess I don't remember. I think Iron Giant was one of them. I never beat Final Fantasy III. I had it on the DS. I got to the very end and was frustrated by not being able to save in the final dungeon. That's a good question. What's up with the Black Goblins? There's that one floor in the first bonus dungeon where, like, there are all these NPCs walking around blocking your path, and all of them are Black Goblins. Super frustrating. Papa gained a level. Marty, we have an olive oil spray bottle for putting stuff in the air fryer. Sometimes you can lose all of the health benefits of using an air fryer over actually frying it by spritzing some oil on it before you cook it. But whenever we use it, Marty licks the spray nozzle. Kidney got shoved into a different dungeon. That's cool. So you fight Two-Headed Dragon and Ahriman in Crystal Tower in Final Fantasy XIV, right? Echidna's in... Void Arc or something like that. Silver Dragon. Oh yeah, I remember the Cerberus fight now. That's cool. Oh, when you say World of Darkness... I'm sorry, I'm talking about Final Fantasy XIV. Don't you fight all of them in the Crystal Tower raid? Which is mostly FF3 inspired. Alright, B7 is... Twist Headband. Which I think is like a big evasion boost from the other games. I really like the aesthetic of all of the like recurring items in Final Fantasy. I use them for the names of magic items in my tabletop RPG. Oh, okay. When you were saying the World of Darkness, I wasn't sure if you were referring to the final level, final dungeon from FF3. Right. Yeah, my bad. Okay, I got you now. With perfect overlap except Echidna. High potion. Shameful. This game might win the award for least damaging lava. Unless if there's a game where you're able to swim in lava immediately. $150 gil. God, they're insulting me with these drops. Oh, is the lava in the Ocarina of Time Fire Temple pretty painless? I just generally assume that lava tiles like this are going to do a shitload of damage. Alright, B8 has a Sage's Mitre. Just like a Pope hat. There's a word that I run into a lot more often in video games than surplus. Really? I think I've always just avoided it out of fear. Oops, I fucked up my save. Oh well. Hopefully I can kill the boss at the bottom. I do not have an exit spell. Weight's a thing? Really? 5 and 10% max MP. That's cool. Oh, I thought if you lost the boss fight, you'd actually game over. I guess I've been soft resetting before finding out. Looks like you can get an emergency exit on the 9th floor, so maybe we'll luck out. Alright, Rubicante and Barbariccia both have a good drop, if I recall correctly. Or at least a non-consumable drop. Probably gonna fight Rubicante because I assume he just uses fire spells and that Null Blaze will make him easier. Heavier gears further down in the turn order. Maybe it was while I was like trying to find the buttons or something. Thanks. No Sage's Mitre. Bummer. Warhammer is the drop on the 9th floor. Hey, Ludifex, how you doing? Oh god, this is like... Okay. This is like the shitty room in Mount Gulg. No, we beat it yesterday. Yeah. Sorry, I announced when we were back, but took like 45 minutes or something. Yeah, I wasn't planning to bail on reconnecting yesterday. Oh, that's a bummer. Those guys drop remedies which explicitly do not recover or heal Petrify in this game. For no apparent reason. I guess maybe the game just treats Petrify as almost identical to death. Yeah. I think Gibgirl missed the end too, which is too bad. On the plus side, YouTube's editor module seems pretty decent for cutting things out from videos like that. Before they reinstated it and made trimming trivial, it was a huge pain in the ass whenever there was an outage like that, because I'd have to cut the VOD and then I'd have to stitch them together in Vegas Pro. Leave it rendering all night. I liked it. It's a good game. We watched the true ending video afterward. What was the Soma drop? A permanent MP up? Raises max MP by 5. Might hold on to that, because I think that Ninja gets spells, but I think they also have a really shitty MP max. I'm glad YouTube exists, because I don't think I'd want to go to all the trouble to unlock the true ending on my own, but it's cool that it exists. Giant's Tonic, which I think temporarily increases your max HP in combat or something. Yeah, like, it's super weird. I don't think those consumable items are anywhere else in Final Fantasy I. Maybe I'm wrong. I think you get them almost entirely from these optional dungeons. Forest cities and explosive trees. Pick up Stona. No, I think on the theory that I could just use Gold Heals. Emergency exit, okay. So that'll be nice to have just for pain in the ass dungeons in the future, even if we can just die to the boss and be ported out, like Walter was saying. Which I assume is true, it's just... So I don't think I get access to the exit spell until we get White Wizard, which is a ways off still. Alright. Let's see, ethers. Class upgrades aren't part of the main story progression. Do I have access to them now? Thank you. That is something I would like to know. For some reason I thought that after you got all 4 crystals, that's what triggered it. Barbariccia's wins. I guess let's see what her attacks are. I want to kill both of them eventually, but I just expect I'm to have an easier time killing the other boss. Oh, with the airship, maybe? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. That is definitely on the list of things I want to know about. I hope this isn't a thing in this game where like you want to get as many levels as possible as the upgraded class. God, stop hitting him. And normally I would say yes, hit him. Fortunately, Kiraga doesn't retarget. Not that anyone needs healing, but... this could be bad. If I had topped them off a turn earlier, we would have been okay. Petrify? It is. Let's see. Good choice, computer. Bad for you, but... don't think he's out of the woods in terms of getting one shot here. Ooh, just barely. Too bad Protect wore off him. Probably should have done a Kiraga there instead. We might just barely survive, maybe. Maybe. Whew. Ouch. Now the thief is topped off. She must have an insanely high speed or whatever the rule is for attacking first. The Aris might die here. Let's see. Okay, well, that's a thing to do. That's a choice you can make. I guess Invisra wore off earlier because Topapa got petrified. Oh, I didn't use enough ethers on Serena. Shit. That's okay. I feel like I gotta be close. Yeah, I'm trying. It could happen, especially if I get a lucky miss because of Invisira. Worst possible round for that to happen. Things are looking so good. Stop that. It's okay as long as it misses. Enemies with high base hit counts rarely miss completely, sure. No! That's unfortunate. Party was defeated. Hold on, I'm having trouble. I probably could have won if I had kept the warrior topped off at the start, but I got kind of greedy in trying to do some buffs. Alright, well in any case, let's try again with more ethers this time. I think Rubicante is going to be easier, but give it one shot. Was the main reason we died there. So is the tornado attack, cyclone or whatever, is that also non-elemental? Right at the start, huh? I feel like last attempt, the boss had like one hit left in her if I could have gotten one more attack in. This is already a wash. I don't think haste works that way. I think haste just increases the number of attacks you get, right? It doesn't actually affect your position in the turn order. I might be wrong about that, but it's too bad we were so close on the first attempt then. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine, but... Use physical attacks like 6 times in a row again, please. Because the fighter and thief are both hasted and they're not going first. Not the thief. You rude lady. Can you not heal a petrified character? Okay. I'm gonna have to fish out a win here. Barbariccia. I don't know if Invisira really has a noticeable effect. If I could make characters immune to petrify, that would be really nice. Okay, well, I rolled the dice that time and made the right call. Yay, good choice. I mean, it sucks that the Black Mage is wasting his turn. Probably need the Black Mage to... Oh, well, never mind. I was going to say help out with petrification removal, but... That's fine. Withstand that a couple turns. Hopefully the Thief goes first and then Hilara can hit. Ouch. That's right. Protect drop top after getting petrified. That's what we were hoping would happen. We gotta get a couple Hilaras off for Tapapa to not be in one-shot range, though. It's okay. Not great, not terrible. Everyone except Baku is out of range of getting one shot by Cyclone, I think. Let me remind myself what I got here. Slows foes, no all, no frost, no shock, haste. I'm guessing no all doesn't work for... Giant's Tonic might be what makes this fight work, we'll see. I'm guessing no all doesn't apply to non-elemental damage though, is what I was gonna say. Rude. Nice crits. Hopefully the same thing. Hilara goes off after Phoenix Sound. Uh-oh. Good. Catching up is gonna suck. It is maybe feasible. I could have the Thief attack, but he doesn't do anywhere near as much damage if he's not hasted and tempered is part of the problem here. So just trying to catch up is a big deal. Oh, that was really unlucky. Really, really unlucky. Usually he doesn't do that much, or she didn't do that much damage with the physical attack. She must have hit with all of her hits there. Yeah, it's gonna take me a while to spin back up. So we haven't seen Ray in a minute. Aris is probably gonna die. Yep. That was with a crit and haste, so not too bad. Ooh, wow, I didn't think that could miss. That was fortunate. It's too bad that went off before the Phoenix Sound. No Cyclone, please. You suck, lady. It's game over, I think. Yep. Oh, wait. I mean, it's probably still game over. So she does something useless next turn as well. Nope. She did not. So the fact that we came so close to beating her on the first attempt makes me want to keep trying. Just gotta get good RNG. Let me think if there's an item I can pop right when we get in that would make this easier. My fear is something like Giant's Tonic is gonna wear off. Like when you get petrified, it's just gonna stop working, basically. Come on, good RNG. Proterra is a big deal in this fight, but the problem is it just wears off so fast. Not great. Baku's less likely to get hit, so I have time to pick it back up here. That is the worst thing she could have done. I guess she could have done Cyclone and that would have been bad. Whenever she chooses to petrify the character that I have spent turns casting both haste and temper on, it's kind of hard to recover. Miss? Lucky. Her missing even once here is really good for tempo. Try to precast Hulara, assume I'm gonna need it. Is she able to be slowed at all? Hold on. Help with those physical attacks. Slow. It's not listed, so I assume that means she's not immune to it. She resists time. Alright. Should probably just start spreading the love on haste. Assume that something bad's gonna happen. Instead of putting all my eggs in one basket. Recasting was the correct idea. Ooh, that's not good. They're both pretty decent without temper. Obviously, want temper, but... It's good. Black Mage. That's... Oh, nice! Tempo, tempo! I know they're mostly RNG dependent, but these fights are still kind of exciting for me. Oh, don't use Cyclone now. I guess he's gonna kill Tapapa. Oh, he's so close to resisting it enough to stay alive there. But the fights are short enough that the RNG element's not insufferable. Okay, so we have to hope Eris doesn't get attacked this turn. I might be able to catch him up. That also wasn't very good, but it could have been worse. Okay, he should be out of one-shot physical hit range now. And I should get Serena close-ish to it. Miss? Again? Am I gonna get a third one in this battle? Damn! The Crusades are annoying. Considered not having Crusades in Crusader Kings 3. Pain in the ass. So I think both of them have been tempered now. Let's see how Furaka does. No. Should probably just be using Tapapa to... Oh, sweet! Hey! See you later, Barbariccia. Braveheart. Oh yeah, that's an upgrade.
This Marstead.
Dang. Perfect.
First try.
And then Rubicante should be much easier, so we'll come back in for that here in a sec. I gotta go buy more ethers first. Just confirming if this dungeon's mean and doesn't let me leave. Why would you do that? It's so dickish. Yeah, classing up seems like a good idea, especially if you're supposed to class up early. Do you know where on the map I'm supposed to go for it? I wouldn't mind looking that up, since otherwise I'm just going to go to every town until I find it. Ethers were Elf Town, I think? Maybe Provoca, hold on. East of the dungeon I was just in. Okay, thanks. So much money. I didn't realize they were optional in this game. I thought it just kind of happened at some point in the story. Hopefully it's not one of those situations where, like, you want to be as low a level as humanly possible before you class up because it changes the stat growth. I could see it doing that for Ninja if you're getting MP per level. I don't know what it is about Final Fantasy, but they really like that. It's a problem in several of the games. 99 ethers. Lago would be nice. I think I need more items in general just so that Topapa and Baku can help out if shit goes bad. Where's Onrac? Oh yeah, the eagle. So I have to, it's set up to make me walk as long as possible, I guess, right? I see. Ochius. The Braveheart sword's pretty cool looking. You said its added effect confuse? Hey, not even. How you doing? Sphinx. There's like a couple dozen remakes of this one, actually. It's kind of frustrating. And this is the GBA one, the first one. I think the Game Boy Final Fantasies are actually different genres that were localized as Final Fantasy. Not genres, franchises. Saga and Secret of Mana, is that right? We just go down here. The Secret of Mana one got a remake called Sword of Mana, also on the GBA. It's really, really good. I haven't played any of the Saga ones. I think I rented a Saga game one time and was like, what the fuck is this? I don't like it. Is there a Saga game on the Super Nintendo or the PS1 that was released in the West? Is that? Go expecting Final Fantasy, you're not going to be happy. Yeah. Whichever Saga game I played had this unpolished feel, which was really odd for Square. I've always associated Square with, like, relentless polish. So I've gotten kind of a similar vibe from Legend of Mana, although that game, I've never played it past the first couple hours for that reason. But it seems like there's, you know, value there if you're willing to dig into it. Come bearing the crown, your fortitude cannot be questioned. Sit upon the throne, your courage will be put to the test. If true courage dwells within you, you find proof of it here. Minotaur zombie. Oh, teleporter panels. Staple of fun dungeon design. Horn devils. But thanks for interjecting about character classes. I'm glad all we ended up doing was the Hellfire Chasm before coming here. If I had gotten another few hours into the game, it would have been like, wait, where do you get the class upgrades? I thought you got them after you got the crystals. Like, oh my god, I could have done it hours ago. That shit's really important to me. New abilities. Kind of shocked that it's optional. I don't know why I don't remember that. I apparently remember nothing from this game other than the final boss. And that you pick your classes and they can change jobs halfway through. Clay Golems. Final Fantasy Legend is Saga. Which one is Sword of Mana? Seiken Densetsu 1. Yeah, thank you, Walter. You are correct. Gauntlets obtained. Really? You can't use the gauntlets? Gloves that cast Thundara when used. Maybe it's only for the advanced version of the job, okay. Final Fantasy Adventure. I thought Sword of Mana was really cool. The remake of FF Adventure. I remember it had this thing where if you maxed out the bestiary for an enemy, nastier versions of that enemy would start spawning. Like you get black rabbites, and they were really hard to give a ton of XP and had some cool drops. Yeah, Seiken Densetsu 2's remake, or I guess technically Seiken Densetsu 3, that came out, was it earlier this year on the Switch? I still really want to play that. I've started on the Super Nintendo using ZSNES Netplay like a dozen times with different people. And we just haven't been able to find the time to connect at the same time to play a co-op Super Nintendo title. Yeah, it's just if you were expecting Final Fantasy, you would be disappointed. It's fair. Oh, really? I thought that was just a localization thing. They're like, no one knows what Seiken Densetsu is, just call it Final Fantasy Adventure. Final Fantasy Gaiden. No kidding. I actually played Secret of Evermore way before playing Secret of Mana. It just wasn't one of the games that I happened to play on Super Nintendo when I was a kid. I really, really like Secret of Evermore. Secret of Evermore is the Western Square studio made a Secret of Mana style game in their own setting. So it's this kind of like modern American kid that time travels to these different eras and has to use alchemy magic. Describing it as the same engine is good. Oh, I see. The main thing is that it's the Western studio that made it. Actually, I don't know what else did Square West make? I heard for the longest time that Evermore was like one of the holy grails of Western games to get localized in Japan. Like it was like Our Mother 3 or Final Fantasy V or Bahamut Lagoon or whatever. Hatchet, so one player can control the dog and the other the boy. Oh, because it's literally just the same engine is why that's possible? That's cool. I really need to start focusing on the portals that I know are bad. I keep wanting to draw screen markers. Definitely not that top one. The battles make it harder to keep track of. The only game developed by Square North America. No kidding. Okay, basically never go in the top teleporter. Like, which one have I not tried? Done this one before. This is where we got the gauntlets. South of the gauntlets was a pointless thing. Don't you dare petrify him. That's right, you don't stand for that, Topapa. God, they give so much guilt. I wonder if Square North America ended up getting roped into making Spirits Within. Isn't that developed in like a Hawaii studio or something? Whoops. I meant to turn there. Oh, I picked the right one. Calculated. How many spell slots did you get in the original NES game? It couldn't have been that many, right? Hey, actual mind flayers. Alert Wizards of the Coast. Disco Demons. That could potentially be really bad if it hits the whole party. Oh, I'm sorry, how many Vancian uses did you get for each spell? Did that increase as your character leveled up? Oh, it was Chupon Snort. 9 per level. Healing Staff. Guessing it's the same deal. You're supposed to be wondering, why can't I use these? Oh, maybe not. Cast Heal when used. Ooh. One to two casts, the higher level spells. So they really gave you way more casts in this version of the game. Don't get Topapa! Got Blue Mage into Final Fantasy 1. Ooh. Steel Gloves, Ice Brand. I swear to God, if that Ice Brand is better than the Braveheart. Okay. Ruby Armlets. Sword gripped by Winter's Chill. It's good on certain bosses. Keep using the lower level magic since it was a separate resource. That's at least kind of a cool concept. Hey, Ascended, how you doing? That's true of the Vancian system in Dark Souls as well, where sometimes you'll equip one of your lower level spells just because it's not consuming the same resource. Cottage and a bunch of Gil for some reason. Okay. At least there's no teleporters on this floor.
1 second, sorry.
Rat's tail.
Yeah. Man, I didn't realize that he had the rat tail concept so early.
That was a Final Fantasy IV thing originally. It's a key item. Token of Valor and Strength. Why, though? Squaresoft was the NA subsidiary in Redmond, Washington of Square to localize games. Secret Evermore was the only game they developed. Square Pictures in Honolulu was Spirits Within. Okay. So now I have to bring the rat's tail to that other place you described earlier on the map. Oh, really? Make sure you don't avoid it? I guess I just overpowered it instantly. I see. Yeah, wow, I didn't realize it was a rat's tail after all this time. I wonder if, like, Sakaguchi was referencing something. Yeah. Bonus dungeon loot and bonus dungeon XP. Can you use a Phoenix Down on the zombie dragon? I think we asked that earlier, and I guess in this version of the game, you can only do damage to enemies with Diara, the Dia spellline. You can't even use items on enemies. Check something. So there's a cave in the center of the eagle that I can take the rat tail to. Okay, cool, thanks. I might skip Rubicante for now. It's a pretty long dungeon. It sounds like it's a mild upgrade that I'm gonna get from Kraken anyway. One of the caves in the archipelago with the bonus dungeon. Okay, thanks. You joining, Andrea?
Yep.
Okay. Inside. Okay, lots of gil. I really like using this Matoya's theme in random dungeons. It's a good theme. Only the truly brave can obtain a token of their courage. can actually use it. Okay. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm good. You doing a dungeon?
I'm just looking for a place to upgrade my characters. Some other cave in this archipelago, I guess. Age and Cat and Dragon live together.
Are there chocobos in this one?
Actually, I don't know. I think they're in 2. You've spoken with our king, Bahamut. Oh, you get it from Bahamut. Oops. It's customary for a dragon to venture northeast of the Citadel of Trials, or he must test his mettle by claiming a token of courage from within. So Bahamut's been around for a long time in Final Fantasy. Oops.
Do you have summons in this one?
No. This one you, like, pick your classes at the beginning and all the characters are generic, basically. Long hallway. Is this the Bahamut room?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Chamber Bahamut, Dragon King, mind your tongue. Ooh, that's a cool sprite. Hey, I have the rat tail. Long has it been since men of courage stood before me. Your bravery would seem worthy of consideration.
Thank you.
The rat's tail you carry is a fitting token of courage and strength. Honor you with titles befitting your valor.
Oh, you get new names?
New classes.
Oh.
Black Mage upgrades to Black Wizard, White Mage upgrades to White Wizard, Thief upgrades to Ninja. Actually don't know what Warrior is. It looks like Paladin, but it's cool that it changes the overworld sprites.
Just not Koji
Knights.
Kondo, sorry, Nobuo Matsu. The music?
Yeah, it is Uematsu.
Nice. Hey, Jahan, how's it going?
Ice Brand. Ninja doesn't dual wield, which is too bad. Does get access to new weapons, though. Cool. Very neat.
I thought you were gonna have to battle him.
You get basic white magic and a wider set of equipment options. This game was originally on the NES in like 1986 or something. This is a remake for the Game Boy Advance.
I'm doing good. Just got done with a meeting with. They do a strategic plan document every year, and they have a town hall where you're allowed to present one slide for 2 minutes, and so I presented a slide about Hawk and doing dark matter searches with Hawk, and tried to explain to them that we're the only ones who can do the mass range that we do, and they keep focusing on lower mass dark matter in the last strategic planning document last year, and I was like, guys, this is also really important and something that Lionel's a leader in, and something that
Lionel's the lab you work at.
Yeah, sorry, Lionel's the lab. Anyway, long story short, I was trying to convince management to prioritize the science I do. So we'll see.
You've probably heard some of these tracks before.
Black Mages do them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard this one.
There's a Black Mages version of this one.
Yes, money, please. We do good things with money.
Money, please.
Like and subscribe. And I'm also on Patreon.
Oh, there it is. The long search is over.
Oh, what were you looking for?
I just wanted to come to this town for... They've got some spells that I want. Some of those in case of an emergency. It also sells remedies.
So
Sure.
is this like 8 where you have a stock number of the spell as opposed to using MP?
That's how it worked in the original. It was Vancian magic like Dungeons and Dragons. But the remake just gives you MP.
I see.
Ever heard of something called oxyale? I thought it said oxygen for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this looks really good for NES. Wasn't that what the original was on?
Yeah, it's a Game Boy Advance remake.
Okay, very good.
Sure.
I was confused. I was like, maybe it's not NES. Maybe it was
I love having legs. I also love having legs.
Yeah, legs are pretty dope.
Big fan of legs. That Underhill fella from the Caravan had something awful weird for sale. Mr. Underhill. Cop's been spreading nonsense about how he saw some shiny thing fall out of the sky. See a beautiful village until about 200 years ago. Yeah, the Game Boy Advance was effectively Super Nintendo quality. The DS was effectively N64 quality. Basically, for a long time, the handheld Nintendo product was one home console generation lagged behind. Null Death and Hilaga, yes. I'll take Null Death. Would have helped us with some of those other bosses earlier.
Big bosses that cast death.
Raise caster's attack and accuracy. Really? Does that make them competitive? Wow, this is kind of terrible for level 7 spells.
What does Null Death do?
Instant death attacks are negated, like the one that Unalesca uses. Are those legs really
It's
yours?
called death.
No, Null Death.
So, like, it protects against death?
Yes. Humans have been honored by the Dragon King. My name's Cop. You want to hear about the shining object I saw? Came somewhere near the waterfall to the north. It was a mechanical creature. Sunken Shrine is filled with riches, silver, gold, diamonds, even tablets describing lost languages and civilizations. Ancient race known as the Sky People used a language called Lufenian. Oh, is this Doga? My brother Un would always talk about it, telling me I could speak it if I only had the Rosetta Stone. Does it like make it so that the Black Mage does competitive damage while it's active? And I guess I could pick it up just to... We have a long fight where haste temper, the fight's still not over. I want to save the mermaids living on the seafloor, so I made this submarine out of a barrel. When I went underwater, I started running out of air and I couldn't breathe. Keep away. Okay. Stronger than temper.
Are you trying to talk to that guy?
I was trying to get past him.
No.
Restore the power to its former grace. Sure. Especially since he has shittier weapons. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Why did they even put a character there?
This is the NES era. I'm guessing blind isn't particularly strong compared to just the other options for blinding creatures. Alright, so remember Doga's here. Mentioned a Rosetta Stone for leader, maybe. I think it is a thing where you want to minimize their level ups before unlocking the advanced jobs. Oops.
Oh, I know that one. The battle thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a Black Mage's song. I'm gonna go pick up some Black Wizard, White Wizard spells. I think there were some the Earth Town, maybe? I'm gonna go back up in that northwest continent in a second.
So what's the story here?
We are the Warriors of Light. We have to restore the crystals. The crystals provide the 4 classical elements to the world. So, like, the Earth is decaying.
Who took the crystals? Some dick? Where'd the crystals go?
We have the crystals because we're the Warriors of Light, so we have to recharge them, basically, by killing these evil fiends that are draining their power at a distance. Or something. Teleports. Teleports the previous floor. And I thought I saw exit at a new town. None of these are White Wizard only. Do they get lower level magic, basically? What tiers can they cast? I do have Slower. The one I didn't take was Scourge. Instantly kills all foes. Like, ha, that's cute. I bet that works 1% of the time. Watch it be super OP in this game. So Cornelia should have some of the stuff I need, right? Welcome to Cornelia. I see. So Ninja can use all the level 1 spells. Probably never going to actually cast those, but just in case. Raise caster's evasion. It's potentially decent. They couldn't cast spells before I upgraded their jobs.
Oh.
That's why I'm able to do this.
They can all cast spells?
No, the knight can cast up to level 3 white magic. Ninjas can cast up to level 4 black magic. Sounds like. There's Provoca. Is it around here somewhere? There it is. Yeah, so when they were fighter and thief, they didn't have access to any magic, but now that they're knight and ninja, they can do some basic spells.
Right on.
Which is going to be good for temper, for sure. Yeah, temper hype. I guess I'll take slow. Probably never going to cast that, but it's okay.
Yes, thank you, Walter, for actually answering the question I asked.
Yes, that happens to be true. Sorry, I misunderstood your question.
He doesn't listen to me. Okay, but the classes he's picked, and
Yeah, I could have done 4 monks and have no magic.
and then you'd be screwed. That is an option though.
Yeah, you can have whatever combination you
Has anyone beaten
want.
this with just 4 monks?
It's been beaten with 4 white mages. It's the meme build that was in, I want to say it was in Nintendo Power. There's some spells here that might be worth looking into, but there's somewhere else I want to go to. Oops. Exits. That's what I was saving
What do,
for.
like, circles mean?
That's how many spell slots have you used. You can only pick 3 out of the 4 spells to memorize. Death, Quake, and Stun. I assume Quake works similarly to earthquake spell that the bosses were using on me earlier. Stun's either really good or really bad, yeah. Just thinking that.
Does it like make them so they can't act?
Like, it's like either paralyzed is great, or it's, most enemies are immune to it. Who knows?
And you just wasted a turn.
Yeah. Old Thundara Fakara. Trying to get the. I guess some basic all foes damage can be good for clearing out easy enemies. So I get some more MP for them.
So why didn't you choose monk?
Just went with the default classes.
Yeah.
Alright, so now I've got two characters that can cast both haste and temper. I wasn't sure if haste was 4 or 5. That's really good though.
What's temper?
Temper is increases your damage. So right now,
Like tempering a sword?
yeah, exactly.
Okay, I get it.
Right now I've been struggling because my black mage is the only one with access to haste and temper because I didn't bring a red mage. And boss fights are haste and temper, both the knight and the ninja. So it would take 4 turns to get them to the point where they're doing lots of damage. But now I can do it much faster.
Are there blue mages, or is that what a red mage is?
No knights for level 4. Red mage is black and white magic and jack of all trades, sword, that kind of thing. Blue mage is in the other games, uses enemy abilities. So Quina in Final Fantasy IX.
I don't know, we're gonna talk about calamari.
Yeah, Kamari as well is also a blue mage. Very much enjoying it. Oh, he can't learn heal. That's fair.
Why? He can't do white magic?
He can, but he specifically can't learn. It's like a small heal to the whole party. Not allowed to pick it up, apparently. Okay, got all our spells. Let's progress. They're going to be way behind on MP, unfortunately, because of how late it was that I leveled them up, but that's okay. Yeah, I didn't remember that the class change was optional. It affects... I just assumed it happened as part of the main game when you powered up the crystals. I actually thought it was going to happen for each individual character as you powered up their crystal, but no, that's not correct. Alright, oops. Whiny airship won't land on that tile. Neo-Chew. Okay, it's fine.
Oh, you're in a cute little boat!
You get the little rowboat.
Did you have to, like, get that as a special
I did. I had to talk to one random NPC. It's like, here you go, here's a canoe. You're like, what the fuck?
This is why you talk
A really
to
important item
NPCs.
that Andrew understands.
I don't talk to all the NPCs usually.
I really like the look of the Black Wizard. How's science?
Oh, science is good. Unfortunately, I have nothing to say about the... I don't even remember what they found. They found something, phosphorus or whatever, in Venus' atmosphere that gets made by, like, bacteria or something. Dude, I don't even know. Something about there being signs of maybe molecular life in the atmosphere of Venus. Maybe someone who actually paid attention to that knows, but I know nothing about that. I'm not a planetary scientist. I'm trying to think if there's anything else.
Yeah, circle of random lore nonsense, leave the area, and you just missed out on an important progression item. Papa gained a level. Counter rate in here is quite high.
Does anyone have any science questions?
This is a good game for them.
Unless it's about, like, high energy gamma ray astrophysics or particle physics, I probably won't know the answer.
You have very specific science
Yes.
questions.
It's funny, I was
Very
telling him I
narrow.
went to, I was at an airport and I had a layover, so I went to the bar and I started chatting up this guy, or I don't know, whatever. I was feeling chatty, so I was talking to this guy and he asked what I did. I told him astrophysicist. He's like, oh, how does it feel to be the smartest person in the room? I'm like, I am not the smartest person in the room.
You have a...
You know, a bunch of random shit that's not very, or I think it's interesting, but it's not very important.
It's a frustrating thing to deal with. I talk about this on the channel a lot, that, like,
I can't.
we impart so much prestige into certain professions arbitrarily, right?
I can't do an oil change. I
Yeah.
feel like that's something basic that people get taught when they're a kid. I just bring it to a shop and probably overpay.
Well, like,
Probably just do it myself, but I don't know how to.
I've told the story before about
So
your
Google it.
colleague that went, like, to his in-laws, and his brother-in-law was telling him all about cars. He's like, I'm not talking about cars. And like, he's teaching you? He's a dummy. It's like, no, he's good at cars. Like, everyone's good at something, and like...
Oh, Ludwig's asked about primordial black holes. Okay, I know a little bit about this. There was a student I was working with who did a paper looking for primordial black holes signals, because like when they die, you know, they slowly die, and then it just like exponentially happens, and so like once they get past the point of no return, they just basically blow up and make a burst of gamma rays. And so we can look for those gamma ray bursts. There's also someone I know who looked for a slow burn, so instead of the final blast, he looked for the a source like moving across the sky as it was dying. So that was kind of a cool thing. And actually that looked at primordial black holes that no one else had looked at before. I mean, they didn't find any, which is a bummer. So far we haven't found any, as far as I know. But yeah, I think, I could be wrong, but I think that primordial black holes can only be a small fraction of the total amount of dark matter, but they still could be dark matter.
You've been very skeptical of primordial black holes as a dark matter theory for a long time, right?
I mean, if you tell me that it's only 10% of the dark matter, then I'd be like, okay, fine. But if you tell me that, like, it's because primordial black holes are...
There'd have to be tons of them, right?
Yeah,
They'd have to be
well,
all over the place in order to hold things together.
right. But yeah, primordial black holes are a thing. Yeah, and like Ludwig said, they're made from density fluctuations, like right after the Big Bang. So it's like, you know, you had this Big Bang and you had this little spot of lots of mass, and it just like formed a black hole, and then the black hole just sort of persisted.
Well, my point was less that people are dependent on black box abstraction of things that they don't have to be experts in, and just that expertise is expertise, and then there's, for some reason, our society elevates some expertise over others. Like, you would assume that the physicist is the smartest person in a room and not the plumber or the electrician or something, but like, those are, you can have a lot of depth
like,
of knowledge
I
of a
can't.
mechanic or as a...
I can't fix it.
You don't know how to fix a pipe, right? Like,
Do you tighten it? Every time I see
oh,
someone...
you're a
in, like,
lawyer. You must have a lot of money and a high pain tolerance. Right?
My
Like,
old
that's...
roommate in college is a lawyer.
And you're probably pretty
I
smart
think she's
too.
like a
but-
real estate lawyer. She just spends all her time like reading very detailed reports and like finding loopholes in them.
High pain tolerance.
Like, it just sounds boring. I don't like doing
And
that much reading.
I don't say that to disparage you, Andrea. You are quite clever.
I try.
No. But I think it's more damaging to assume that physicists and mathematicians and stuff are like super
Yeah, we're not elite,
geniuses
right?
or elite in some way.
We're not like, yeah.
They deal with poop. That means they can't be smart.
I mean, someone's gotta deal with poop. Dylan deals with the cat poop. he actually took out, he had been collecting all these boxes of the litter, and there were 16 of them that he took out today. And so I asked him, I was like, how many pounds of litter plus cat poop and pee does that equal? And what did you say? It was like 2,000 or 16?
I don't remember now. Let me...
Anyway, I think it was like 1,800, 2,000-ish pounds of cat bathroom stuff.
1,600 of litter plus
1,600,
poop.
yeah. Literally a ton of shit, exactly. Yeah, you see how he says when he takes the cat litter out, it's really heavy. It soaks up, you know, all the goodies come out of the kitties. Now that 16 was built up probably over a year, right?
The boxes?
Yeah.
Yeah, the litter box, the box that the litter comes in is like this really tough corrugated cardboard or something. It's really hard to break down, even with a knife, because there's so much glue. So I've been delaying taking them all out to the recycling because I want to flatten them instead of filling the thing with them.
Put them in this plastic tub, and he just like puts it in the tub and starts jumping on it. It was really funny.
Dylan deals with cat poo. He's been collecting. Sure. Yeah, just lots of empty litter boxes that used to contain litter. Because they're really hard to break down. So I was like, I'll just break them all down and get it over with today.
I know, right? Indoor plumbing? I don't know what we would do. Like, I guess we could go outside and like pick a corner or dig a hole. Isn't that what they used to do? Yeah. You just kind of dig a hole.
Chamber pot.
And then you just throw it out the window, right?
There you go. It's great for health.
And then everyone gets sick.
I think there are many ways to be smart. There's
Agreed.
Charisma, emotional intelligence. There's being good with numbers, being good at spatial reasoning, and all of those like combo with whatever job you choose. And I'm sure there are some jobs that favor one kind. Like if you're going to be a physicist, you probably have to have a pretty good head for math.
Sure.
But that having a good head for math doesn't make you good at history.
I guess I should say I suck at math beyond high school. Calculus I can do. But
you've told that story before, Andrea, about how you were frustrated when one of your family members, like you miscategorized a dinosaur.
Yeah, they were.
Like, aren't you supposed to be a physicist?
Picture, I don't know. I just had like, the wires got crossed in my brain. It was the on the kid's shirt was like a Triceratops, but I said T-Rex. I think I had dinosaur starts with a T, and they were in the same memory room in my memory palace. But anyway, they're like, God, Andrew, that's a Triceratops. You have a PhD. Why the fuck don't you know that? I'm like, oh my god. I'm not a paleontologist. I am not a paleontologist. Although, to be fair, I should.
Bruce Banner has 9 PhDs. You gotta get your shit together, Andrew.
I know. I'm a fucking failure.
None of these characters have 2 PhDs. That tells me that they are bad at focusing. Forgot one of them. Way to go.
Okay, if I do all of them in 4 years, that would take me 36 years. So, if I started when I was born,
it's absurd.
Then I could be done with it in 3 years. What am I doing with my life? I should have been, Yeah, PhDs take a long time. I don't understand when they're like, oh, you have 9 PhDs.
Well,
are they like honorary
also,
doctorates? Do those count? Because I don't think those should
If you survived grad school 9 times, that means that you rolled a 20 9 times in a row. Any one of those times would just completely crack you, and not because you don't have the mental fortitude to handle it, but because grad school is designed to give people mental illnesses.
Yeah, grad school.
And if you don't get one, it's through sheer luck. It's not through talent.
Although grad school, I think I already was bipolar before grad school. I could be wrong, but I probably was. And it wasn't grad school that pushed me over the edge, it was my first postdoc. And then my second postdoc. So it was like when I was having to be an independent researcher, I had a mentor, but I didn't have like an advisor telling me what to do. And it was just really stressful.
I think Bruce Banner having 9 PhDs is meant to be like he actually has 9 PhDs in different areas of study, because just saying he has a PhD doesn't represent well enough of what a super genius he's supposed to be, right? Ribbon! Holy shit! We are putting that on the white mage right now.
Okay, counterpoint. He can turn into a giant green monster. Like, are we really gonna nitpick about reality?
Yeah, there's no reason to say 9 PhDs. It's ridiculous. Defender, classic. Cast blink when used. Oh, okay, sure. Does Defender have any passive effects? I feel like it does in a lot of the earlier games. Wizard staff, cast confuse.
Let me put it in a different way. I suck at Jeopardy.
Suck at Jeopardy. Well, that's where you have a
disadvantage.
That's a different category of intelligence too, right?
Yeah.
What did you do? You have a shallow but very wide pool of knowledge, or you have an extremely deep but narrow pool, right?
Yeah.
I have been waiting.
Get a couple of
Take this cube, Tiamat, Flying Fortress, please. Thanks for the cube, robot guy. That's cool.
ABC, what are you, if you don't mind saying, you don't have to, what is your field of study? You can just say science.
Good luck.
Or English.
I hope that your studies go well, but know now that if you decide to leave at the Masters or just leave, that's okay.
Yep.
And don't let society tell you that it's not.
And my best friend got her Masters and pieced out and became a jazzercise instructor, and she's so happy.
Part of what's so damaging about grad school is there's this, maybe this is different in different universities and different programs, but there's this like extreme pressure that you have to get out with a PhD, and if you don't, you're this failure. And then,
I would say graduated with a Master's and chose not to pursue a PhD.
Yeah.
Because they decided there was a better use of the next 40 years of their life.
I was definitely going to talk to the robot. Alright. So that's for some later progression that's involving Tiamat. I can do Kraken now, right? Isn't that near here somewhere?
Is that a boss?
Benedict? Hold on, you gotta plug the monitor. Academia is pretty inherently fucked up. It's a pyramid scheme. Like, there aren't enough jobs for all the grad students. They need to do like wage slave labor for them. So they promise everyone a job, but then in reality you have to get really, really lucky.
Highly dependent on who your advisor is.
Absolutely.
Like, the whole reason
we
my
now
experience
know
was good because I had, like, the best advisor in the world.
Well, not even just the best advisor, but you had the best advisor for you as a student.
That's true, yes. We worked very well
Which they might not have worked as well for a different student.
And we had one fight and it ended up being okay.
Find a desert oasis, buy a ferry, bring it to the town with a submarine. Thanks. Yeah, a lot of our horror stories that we have from friends and PhD programs comes down to a bad relationship with the advisor.
Yeah, you can get screwed by an advisor like RH did.
Yeah, we had a friend who got screwed because the way Ohio State works is the advisor doesn't have to find funding for you for the first 2 years, but then after that they have to find funding for you. So one of our friends started working with their advisor on a specific experiment, basically doing free work for the professor, and then after 2 years the professor was like, actually I don't have any money for you, bye. And they had to go find a different advisor and a different experiment and start over with all of the research. Ended up being 2 hours behind everyone else as a result. Troll does not look happy about being a troll. The ninja almost has 20 MP. Maybe they can cast a spell. want to get them to the point where they can consistently cast Haste and Temper once in a boss fight. That's all I really care about. Haste is 15, Temper's 10, so I need 25 total. A couple more levels. Yeah, they start to earn them. I was right that I think you need to minimize the XP you gain before advancing your jobs, at least for the ones that go from not having MP to having MP.
Yeah, I tell people my evolution with my advisor was when I was first started, it was, hey Brian, what should I do today? And he would tell me what to do, and I would do it. And then it became, hey Brian, I was thinking of doing this, does that sound like a good idea, or what do you think? And then we would go back and forth and come up with a plan of action. And then at the end, it was, Brian, I'm gonna do this, I'll let you know when I'm done.
Nice.
It was perfect.
No, they fixed that Nodovan, thank God. That's the worst thing about Final Fantasy 1. ABC does cognitive psychology is your answer to your question. Studying how people look at things in their environment and how it affects their decision-making process. So just like being surrounded by things might change the decisions you might make? That's interesting.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, your environment's very important, right? No. Question mark?
Given the same question and decision to make, would you make it differently if you were in a, like, dilapidated, rusty Silent Hill room versus a golden palace?
This is why I really liked, at my undergrad, I went to Rice in Houston, and pretty much every single test we had was a take-home test. They took the honor code very seriously there. So if you got caught cheating, it was bad. But for those of us who, anyway, for the rest of us, we took take-home exams, and it was amazing because I could just take it in my dorm room or go find a quiet place in the library. Like, for some reason, being stuck in a room with a bunch of other people and their pencils are all scratching and you see them, like, rubbing their head or whatever, it's just really distracting. So take-home tests were the shit.
My Leviathan. I'm gonna go try to find this oasis back down to my,
Dude, I bet cognitive psychology has a bunch
airship.
of really cool, like, experiments you can do on people. I mean, not, like, in the bad way, like MK Ultra. That's a bad one. Don't do that. Or, what was the one? The one at Yale, I think, where a guy told another guy to, like, zap someone, and they thought they gave that person a heart attack, and they just kept doing it because the
really
like
unethical.
professor kept saying, "Hey, yeah, do
The
this."
Stanford prison experiment was
And that one
pretty
too.
unethical.
Can't do that shit anymore, which makes a lot of sense.
Milgram.
Milgram, thank you. Yes, I took Psychology 101. Haha, we learned about that kind of shit, and I remembered. So that's because it's interesting.
I've heard the lunch statistic before, but I think that's less to do with, like, objects and the literal environment you're in.
You know, actually, I did a study for my friend when she was doing a psychology class, and I think I ruined it because she had me fill out a questionnaire that was all about, like, how do you see yourself? Do you think you're attractive? Do you think you're smart? Like, how do you generally think you're a good person? Or, you know, just kind of self, what's the word? Value questions. And then she made me look at a bunch of pictures of gorillas. And every once in a while, in between when the pictures switched, it would flash a picture of, like, Britney Spears or, you know, some other hot chick. And then she gave me another questionnaire to fill out, and I was like, this is identical to the first one, but the questions are just mixed around. Are you sure you want me to do this again? And she's like, yes, do it again. I was like, oh, okay. But yeah, I think she was trying to figure out if, like, seeing images of, you know, hot people was going to make you feel better or worse about yourself. I'm pretty sure I answered every question the same. I thought it was going to be a memorization thing, so I was really paying attention. I was like, okay, that was Britney Spears. And, like, okay, that was Kim Kardashian. And I thought I was going to have to, like, see if my subconscious, like, remembered the flashes that I saw. but that was not it.
I wouldn't characterize ethics standing in the way of science. It's a troubling thing to say.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Come on, can I park here?
Come on, you guys gotta get
Still a
through.
lot of cool stuff you can do.
Yeah, we have a friend who.
Wait, really? That was that's where I got the airship. I just have to go back to where the airship was.
Apparently. Do you remember specifics about any of Mandy's experiments? I don't, but she used to do kind of cognitive psychology / sociology. She kind of had two things that she was doing, like neuroscience and maybe cognitive psychology together. Do you know? Do you remember?
Sorry, one second. I'm focusing on what to do here.
I'll ask you later. Different desert, apparently.
I'm trying to head up to the one up north here.
So, ABC, do you pay people to do your
That
experiments?
tower.
Like, participate? Because if you ever need someone remotely to do it, like, put in Discord, I would help. If you pay me.
The only other desert I saw was the one in the other corner. Hold on. Yeah.
I've always wanted to, like, get
Okay,
paid
thanks.
to do a sleep
In
study.
the same continent where the submarine is. Thanks.
Right, I would crush that if I did a paid sleep study.
Don't think there was anything important there. A what?
A paid sleep study?
Oh yeah.
I'd crush that.
You're an expert at sleeping. You can get your second PhD in sleeping. I was saying you go to defend your thesis, and you just are out. And they're asking you.
What's the mass of the Higgs boson? I'm like,
I don't know. They'll be like, what's somnolence? Explain how narcolepsy works, and you just sleep through it, and they're just like, incredible, wonderful,
brilliant.
brilliant. Foresee great things for you. It's always stuck with me when Kat and Donovan are living with us, our friends. Kat saw Andrea napping on the couch, and when she
And
woke
they
up,
just
it's like,
melt into the couch.
he's like, Andrea, you're so good at being comfortable. It's like you're playing like Nap Hero, and like there's like these little combo meters, like good, great, perfect, awesome. Like, oh Jesus! Thank you for the tip, Walter. I flew past here, so that doesn't look like a significant desert at all. Bottled Faerie. Okay, it's weird.
Do the undergrads get like credit or something, or it's just part of their degree? Because then I wonder, because I assume it's only required for the psychology majors, and so then does that bias because you're selecting just psychology majors to do your studies? Is there a bias?
Or selecting just undergrads.
Right, exactly, or just selecting undergrads. There's totes of bias there, which I'm sure you know, and I'm just telling you shit you already know.
No, I'm sure the PhD student in cognitive psychology has never considered if there's any systematic biases in their studies.
I bet you there's still a...
VR and games in the studies. Oh, that's awesome, ABC. We were saying during the Fall Guys stream that somebody should make a game like Fall Guys and use it to do a bunch of psych tests like that. There's a specific minigame in Fall Guys where there's like 5 doors and 4 of them are fake, right? Or no, like three of them are fake.
Yeah, 4 of them you can't open easily.
3 of them you can't open at all, and 2 of them are, when you bump into them, they collapse. So it's interesting because, like, if you're in the front, you're forced to select one, and once someone finds a door that's legitimate, everyone like bottlenecks into that one door instead of attempting any additional doors, even though attempting another door might give you
everyone would get out faster.
or that person that tried the second door might get out faster because they're taking a risk versus a sure thing. Anyway, I feel like you could make like 100 mini games like that and just give people a reason to play them and gather a bunch of data on it.
Dude, I super enjoyed Fall Guys. You should do that again. Maybe I'll make you do that in my sublog. I have so many sublog hours banked.
Sure. Do that. Fall Guys and Among Us.
Fridays off. Oh yeah, Among Us. People are saying.
have a fairy
Who was it?
now.
Someone was like, Andrew would just murder someone in front of everyone and be like, "What? You just fell over. You just died. I don't know why you're looking at me."
So I have the fairy in a bottle. Do I have to talk to somebody else to use it with the submarine? To release the fairy somewhere. Somewhere on this continent?
So ABC, what are the numbers after your name? Like, at first I was like, oh, is it pi? No, it's not pi. Is it like Avogadro's number?
Is it you wanted your name to be
I don't
ABC
think so.
and then Twitch said that's already taken? Here's a random string of characters.
It's
To
probably
append?
that. Yeah, I mean, birthday. Maybe it's birthday. Yeah. Oh, if so,
Birthday.
well, assuming you're American, your birthday's coming up. Couple of weeks. I'm October 19th. Yay, October birthdays.
Let it out. Just an empty spot in town somewhere. Like in this town, there's somewhere I can do it? Okay. This used to be a beautiful village until about 200 years ago. What's
They
wrong
already
with it
said
now?
that. You talked with them. You're right. This actually seems like a delightful place to live. I mean, there's those little dinosaurs every once in a while, but they don't seem
It
aggressive.
seems just fine.
Yeah, Marstead has been Marstead ever since he was a kid. He just kind of made up that name. And for some reason, no one else has ever made up that name because you get Marstead for everything. You don't have to.
I apparently lost Marstead at gmail.com. I made it when I was a kid, and my identification to recover the account was my fucking library card number,
Oh.
which does not exist anymore. I've called that library, be like, hey, I want to recover this email because it's like my branding. And they're like, we have no idea who you are. We definitely don't have any record of library card numbers, and we definitely wouldn't give it to you over the phone.
I mean, that's kind of fair. So, okay, so you screwed yourself. It's not like someone else came up with Marstead at
I'll look this up
gmail.com.
here. Bottle Fairy, Final Fantasy Wiki. Northeastern continent. It's a different town. Thank you. These are the olden days of RPGs, so kind of just gotta fly around and or get Nintendo power.
Burn random bushes and hope that there's something
Yeah.
right now.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, you are totally welcome, ABC. Welcome to join the science and whatever. Do you know about the Discord? The Discord's kind of fun. I guess every once in a while we get some science posted in there. Actually, no, quite a bit we get science posted in there. In cool stuff.
Because science only channel. Hey kitties. Are you dying? You both look very angry. Gargoyling. Angry Gargoyle Ben. Slightly less angry, but still basically angry Gargoyle Marty.
Hi, Ben.
Hi.
What's up, Marty? That's Ben.
Hi.
Oh, Cammy, that's Ben.
Hi. You.
Close enough.
This must be it. Hey, thank you for the help. Oh wow, it looks like it just pops right out when you get here. Maybe in the NES version. Outsiders call our town the Eye of the Hawk. There, this is more interesting. Blizzaga.
Who's missed?
Break. Final Fantasy 4.
Ah.
Because we're in Gaia. Kiraja. Diaja. I can live without Diaja. Last thing, a thing flew out of you. Like the, You never played Final Fantasy 4. You visit the town of Mist.
Oh.
And you are tasked with, like, basically destroying it, setting it on fire.
Oh.
The thing flies out of your character and kills everyone.
That's a shitty thing to do.
It is. That's true. You're correct. I don't believe it. You're outsiders, aren't you? How did you make it high up in the mountains? Can you fly or something? You visited the wing of the hawk. Oh, come on. Castle of the West is a place to test your courage. So yeah, so I guess if you're playing through the game, you're exploring everywhere, you're talking to every NPC, you might put together test my courage, Bahamut, test my courage, go to the castle to test my courage. Oh, I gotta go get the rat tail and bring it to Bahamut. It makes sense with hindsight. Cat claws. Really?
Who got the cat claws? The ninja?
I gave it to the black mage. Ooh, ring that guards against instant death. And it's an upgrade for everyone.
You only have one ring?
Yeah.
Okay. So those rules still apply. I still say you should be able to have 10 rings. Oh, and toe rings. So you should be able to have 20 rings?
You can fit more than one ring. We don't need to stop there, Andrea. We don't need the bard thing anymore.
It's too low.
Scholar studying the Lufenian language. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be a surprise to Cecil and Kane that that's what you're doing. But you do murder the Mist Dragon lady outside. Maybe you just think she's a monster. Technically it's Cagnazzo who sends you to do it, too, one of the fiends. So they added the little thing where the Faerie flies out so you know to explore the town more before you leave. They're the ones who rescued me from that bottle. I'm sorry about running away. I was just so scared. Get you some oxyale from the bottom of the spring to make up for it, okay?
What's oxyale?
I think it lets me breathe underwater.
Oh, and you were at that with the, remember the submarine? Oh, this is what you're doing. Alright, I'm caught up.
I love you, Andrea. Arrow will flow out of that water for as long as you have it. It's oxyale.
I was like, OxyClean. It's like, oh, you're gonna get those stains off your counter.
Billy Mays here with oxyale. Have you ever drowned underwater? Probably not, or you would be dead.
Alright, did you know that you could hold your breath for the rest of your life? I'm sorry, I know that's really lame.
What's your poison?
Oh, my poison is, what's the name of that rum we have?
Sailor Jerry?
Sailor Jerry's rum. I like it because it's kind of sweet. But yeah, Sailor Jerry's rum and ginger ale.
You have oxyale. You are the ones we've been waiting for. Please save the mermaids. Let me very slowly, diagonally back up
And then disappear.
What the fuck? That was weird,
It was
lady.
a ghost. You know, now she's in
It's a
heaven.
ghost of
She was in
Delta
purgatory
something.
until she could find someone to save
That
the
was
mermaids.
really weird. Ooh, custom graphic. Graphics. Dawn of Souls remake graphics. I forgot that submarines have been around since Final Fantasy 1 as well. So Bahamut, submarines, airships. The rat tail, apparently.
Oh, really, Alan? Alright, no. I check it out. Nor my dumbass.
Jeez, Andrea.
I'm sorry.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I am.
Okay, good. She was a ghost mermaid all along. I thought she was just backing up really awkwardly.
Okay, I'm a little confused.
Okay.
Right now you're underwater.
Yep.
Then why isn't it water everywhere? Right, like right now you're on this platform that's above the
Oh,
water.
I'm in a fancy temple.
So it's like vacuum sealed or something?
The temple?
Yeah.
There's probably like a magic bubble.
Bubble? Okay. Alright, I'm just saying that there should be a bubble.
Or we're meant
Or
to assume that this is all immersed in water. Don't question magic.
Slash, speaking of magic, and this is probably really random, Bikini Bottom. Oh, like even in Bikini Bottom, the Squirtle wears a, air.
Andrew is right. QED.
QED. No, but yeah, speaking of magic, if you're ever in Las Vegas when it's safe to be there after COVID, go see Penn and Teller.
Okay. I was like, where is she going with this? Do I need to like mute and ask her?
I mean, unless you like Razzle Dazzle, don't see. What is it, David Blaine? Is that guy? Yeah, Penn and Teller are great because they're like, magic isn't spooky, right? They're like, this is a skill. Like, we are tricking you into seeing something that we're creating, but it's not like spooky magic. Woo.
I really like this theme. I kind of wish that there weren't random battles here.
Oh no, what affects what you do? Are you like catcalling him or something? Telling him he's a sexy bass player? Oh, you talked to him after. Nice. You just like wait around and... Yeah, I bet after a show he's pretty tired. That makes sense. Did you talk to Teller? Or did he just kind of peace out? He has to keep his facade, right, of not talking.
I think he talks when he's not in character. There's that Futurama bit where they're like heads in jars. Be my partner Teller.
And he's just like dead and there's little
Rack
fish
didn't
eating.
change much after he died.
Yeah, but I especially remember there was this act they did where there was like a red ball and Teller was like, putting it down his sleeve. He was doing all these tricks to be like, oh, now the ball's here, and now the ball's here, and oh, you thought the ball was in this hand, now it's in this hand. And Penn was calling out the name of each like trick he was doing as he was doing it. And so like I could kind of see the ball like, I don't know, move across his chest or something, but I would have totally never noticed it if
I was wondering, you said that Teller worked on it for like 20 years or something.
Yeah, it was impressive.
I think Penn and Teller do a pretty good job of. They don't always reveal everything, but they have the way they present things are like there is a trick to it. Sometimes we'll show you the trick. Sometimes we'll show you the trick, and then there'll be an even more impressive trick that we won't explain to you.
There was this one where it looked like Teller was making a ball like levitate, and Penn beforehand was like, this trick is only done with a ball and a piece of thread, or a piece of string or something.
Oh, I thought that was the one you were just talking about.
No, that was a different one.
Okay.
I think.
If you have any interest in magic, it's worth watching Penn and Teller Fool Us.
Yeah, Fool Us is great.
It's a very, like, wholesome show.
They have such respect for the magicians that come on there. Like, I know there were some where, you know, they were doing close-up magic.
Well, the premise of the show is you are a magician, you go on the show, and you try to do a trick there. Penn and Teller don't know what you did.
Right, so there
don't know how you did it.
People who go on there and they do, you know, traditional tricks that are really, really hard, and Penn and Teller are like, dude, you are awesome. You just did this cool, like,
but we know what you did.
Card trick, but yeah, but we know what you did, sorry. And so, you know, the prize goes to the person that fools them, right? Does a trick that they've never seen before.
My favorite part of Fool Us is that after Penn and Teller confer, when Penn explains that they knew what the trick was, he like uses coded language that the magician will understand.
Yep.
Sometimes if you know a little bit of magic, you can pick up where he like really starts talking about, you know, I really like Swedish fish. You know, like he's talking about fishing line is why he keeps focusing on the word fish. And that's where the magician will be like, oh yeah, you got me. You know.
Yeah, it's a delightful.
He'll just tell like a apparently irrelevant story, but if you listen, you can figure out what he's saying to the magician. Yeah, it was impressive how real that looked, right? You got a really magnetic personality. It's nice, though, because he doesn't give it away to 99% of the audience. You still kind of have to guess at how it actually worked.
Yeah, it's almost fun when, or it's not fun when they do get fooled. I don't know. I like it better when they know what's going on, and they're like, dude, you just, like, crushed it. I know the trick you did, but you did such a good job.
Oh yeah, I think they had one guy come on that probably the one Andrea was thinking of, where he did this coin trick, and it was like world class, very common trick. Like every magician knows the trick, but he was like the best who had ever done it. So they're really nice about that. They're not dicks and say, "Oh, that's an old trick." Blah, blah, blah. They're like, "That's the best performance we've ever seen of that. That's really great." I think that might have been a Japanese guy, I think. It's been a long time since I saw it. And sometimes they'll get like careers in shows, even if they didn't fool Penn and Teller, just because Penn and Teller praised them so much on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good exposure.
It's a cool show. You should see if it's on streaming anywhere. For some reason, Allison Hannigan's on it now.
Really? It's still going?
She's the host. Yeah. I don't think she was always the host.
Good for her. Man, she gets really good roles. I was just rewatching Buffy. I stopped after season 6 because
Don't
I don't
spoil
really
Buffy.
like seven. I won't spoil Buffy, but yeah, Allison Hannigan in that is amazing, especially season 6. Season 6 is my favorite season for Willow.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like when they go on the show, they get like a syndicated. I think there's
Like
at least one person that has like a not syndicated. What's residency at one of the lesser casinos in Las Vegas now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a pretty big upgrade in a lot of cases.
Looks like asymmetric titties.
20 guild chest, oh, Dawn of Souls. What is this, Dragon Quest 7? You can't give me a pot lid 70 hours into the game?
You've been playing this for 70 hours?
No, I've been playing this for 12 hours. Dragon Quest 7 was a game that you would play for 70 hours, then you'd open a chest and it would have like a pointy hat. Like the first hat upgrade you ever get in the game. Final Fantasy is generally pretty good about having your equipment that you find scales up as you progress through it.
Mm-hmm.
But Walter's laughing about me just opening a chest that had 20 gil in it.
Yeah, because you have like 30,000 gil or something. It's pretty ridiculous. You are flush.
Diamond armor. See, okay, 20 gil, diamond armor. Yeah, that's an upgrade.
That's how probability works. Sometimes you roll a 1, sometimes you roll a 20 right after that one.
Well, I mean, the chest content is authored, not randomized.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Someone chose to put 20 gil in one of the chests and diamond armor in the other one.
Wonder if they're like, you know, significant other broke up with them or something that day. And
While they were designing the chest that's
like, fuck
30
that
squares
person.
southeast of the other one?
I'm
Okay.
just gonna put 20 gil in here, because love is bullshit.
Just come short of one-shotting them, I think.
There you are, Avenon.
I like the idea that someone added those chests on different working days, though. Instead of just designing this whole room at one time.
I feel like I saw an article that was like millennials aren't buying diamonds. Did you see this?
I mean,
That makes
millennials are ruining everything. We're ruining the doorbell market.
What the hell is a doorbell market? Like a door-to-door salesman?
No, the doorbell.
Oh, like buying an actual door. What do they use instead?
You text someone. Why would you go up to their door? Just text them that you're here.
What if you don't know them? Then you should.
Why are you going to their house? Again, the millennials.
Yeah, you're welcome. I didn't want a big diamond engagement ring.
I'm very happy. Conflict diamonds, hugely inflated value.
Actually, my wedding ring
It's a giant
costs less than that
scam.
opal necklace that you got me for my birthday.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Mage staff, cast fire when used.
Yeah, aren't there just like warehouses full of diamonds and they just like trickle them out really slowly to try to make them.
It's an
seem
enormous scam.
rarer?
It's, they're rare because people say they're rare. And they're expensive because people say they're expensive. It's not actually a supply problem. And in fact, there's the issue now with synthetic diamonds where you can make synthetic diamonds pretty cheaply and they're basically perfect. So now the diamond industry has to pivot to be like, oh, you actually want imperfections in your diamond. That's what makes it special. Yeah, the De Beers
Really?
monopoly.
So the clarity is right because isn't it? It's cut, color, carat, and
It's-
clarity. Is that the 3 C's?
Complete nonsense is the 5th C.
It's apparently complete.
Oh, my prayers have been answered. It's a mermaid. Did it just get colder? If the light of the sea is lost, will turn into sea foam, vanishing forever. Yeah, like Hans Christian Andersen.
Ooh, that diamond armlet will go well with your diamond armor.
It will. Probably want to equip it on her.
Well, I lay my eggs in the corner, and then you fertilize them. I want the other type of mermaid. One of our friends went to see the world above and hasn't returned.
I thought I was in love with her, but I really wasn't in love with her. Or something.
I thought I loved her, but I wasn't in love with her.
There it is. There it is.
Trouble in bed.
Jinx.
You can breathe underwater? How?
Wow, the caffeine really sped things up.
Save the sea, restore light to the water crystal. The sea seems pretty fine, actually. But sure, guys. Are those the crystals the legends speak of? Who are you? Never really get into how we got the crystals, right? But that's just
of the light.
That's what makes us the warriors of light.
Warriors of light.
Antidote. The Mirage Tower stands in the desert on the continent of the east. I saw someone go into the tower. Heard the most lovely chiming sound. Okay. Fiend of Water lives here. The seas grow darker. The bosses in this game are some of the fiends that you fight towards the end of Final Fantasy IX. I don't know if you remember.
Nope. I remember he's a monkey.
Lich, Kraken, Marilith, Tiamat. Tengil. Light of the sea is not restored. Will vanish as foam on the waves. I think that diamond rings would be rejected by millennials, even if we add more money. Yeah, I think that's just like
the jig is up.
Because the jig is up, exactly. And the DM told you a big story about how you found all the crystals and gathered in Gaia.
Do you love Dylan so much?
I can't see when you do that. Thank you. Can I not get to that door in the corner? Is that not a real door?
You can't swim in that water? You can swim in the other water. What's wrong with that water?
Chests in there.
Yeah, I repeat my question. Why can't you just swim in that water?
Swim in what water?
Isn't that water? Like
when you said I can swim in the other water, what do you mean?
Well, like the water. Remember in your boat? Just use your boat. Why are you using?
I didn't bring my canoe underwater with me.
Why not?
Assume there's another staircase that goes to that door. Diamond gloves, diamond helm. Rosetta Stone. I think I know where to take that.
Apparently it's important. It's got its own fanfare.
Damn straight. Gloves made of diamond. Diamond gear goes back pretty far then too. Tablet and scratch.
Well, but what if he just puts it in his bag of holding? Isn't it like a Mary Poppins bag? No? Do you not have one of those in this one? Or in any Final Fantasy game?
You'll be enraged to see that the canoe is still listed in my key items.
What? No. Wait, I'm sorry. Does that mean you can use the canoe?
No.
Oh.
Oh, you were outraged at me. You had the impression that like you have the option to use this and you're not. What's wrong with you? I thought you were like, what the fuck, game? No, you're like, what the fuck, Dylan?
Who are these guys?
There's Sahwagans.
Sahwagans?
This is Andrea.
Yep, pretty much.
We worship the avocado and we're destroying the divorce industry.
Wait, we're destroying the divorce industry? Like we aren't getting divorced?
I actually don't know if that's the case.
Oh, okay.
I would guess that the divorce rate is lower because people tend to get married much later after more reflection. Suspended 200 feet over the top surface of the water at the edge of the magic bubble. Can't tell because of graphics.
Oh.
Hey, look at that. Aren't getting married, so we're not getting divorced.
Ah.
Also screwing the wedding industry. As you know, we didn't have a wedding.
Nope. It was hilarious, actually. We actually got married on election day.
Yep.
Yeah, because that's when Dylan got time off from work, and the courthouse was open. And so we just went in, we signed our thing, we had already talked. There's this guy who just hangs out there and he's like, hey, do you just want me to officiately, like, sign this and just get it over with? I'll do it for $20. So, we gave him $20 and he signed our shit. Because in Ohio, you don't need any witnesses. So we equally uninvolved everyone. No one was involved. And I got to go in, we did it in the afternoon, so I got to go in, I was a PhD student still, so I went in and I told my advisor, Brian, I was like, hey Brian, I have to leave early today to get married, but I'll be back tomorrow.
Wasn't he upset that he knew before your mom?
He was.
I don't know this before your mother, do I?
About this, because I feel really uncomfortable knowing about this before your mom.
He did.
He did? Oh. You should feel very special. But yeah, that was a fun conversation. And then when we got to the courthouse, there's other shit that happens there, and you have to go through the security, and the security guards knew we were going to get married. And they were like, oh, you're going up to the 5th floor, aren't you? Or whatever floor it was. We're like, yeah. And he's like, sir, well done. Ma'am, what are you thinking? It was really funny.
I'm sure he makes that joke every day.
It seemed to delight him, so hopefully
it was a good joke.
Him that delight every time.
Yeah, no, it was a good joke. Millennial attitude is a little bit like my least favorite boomer humor trope after the phone's bad one. Phone's bad. People use phones. Phones rot brain. They're not doing good thing that we used to do. But after that, it's wife bad. Like, I hate my wife. Like, why? Like,
yeah, I was actually just
I love my wife.
rewatching Dirty Dancing, and a guy makes a joke. He's like, oh, I found myself a great girl. She talks like my mom. She looks like my mom. I brought her home. My dad doesn't like her.
Oh, man. My dad hates his wife. It's hilarious. Is it, though? It's kind of not. Maybe don't keep going on in a loveless marriage. I think phone bad is pretty annoying, but I think wife bad is much more like damaging to the national.
Like a
yes, phone bad.
Oh, because you're staring at the screen.
Boomer meme number 1.
I remember seeing something on the Reddits and they were like, oh, they keep saying we're staring at screens and we're going to be antisocial because all we do is stare at screens. And they had a picture from like an old tiny trolley, and there were like a bunch of people.
Everyone was reading a newspaper.
Everyone was reading a newspaper. Do you know what I'm talking about? No? Or you?
I deduced what you were getting at.
Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, so people were just. When I'm on a trolley, I don't want to talk to the person next to me. Oh, okay. Sweet. So I didn't just like.
Can I get to that other room that has the 5 chests in it and the floor above me? Does anyone know? I thought maybe there was another staircase in like the northeast corner down here, but I haven't found a way to get to it. It said the Kraken was here at the bottom floor too, right?
So I've started to trust, or for a while now, I've started to trust my memories. But I remember once I was with a bunch of friends at Ohio State, and we were talking about Charlie Brown and how Lucy always, pulls the football away and he can't kick it, and he's never kicked it. And I was like, no, he kicked it once. And they basically convinced me that I dreamed that. But he totally fucking did.
Like
maybe it's not
Berenstain
canonical.
Bears kind of a thing?
Maybe
Mandela
it's not
effect?
but like there's a show called It's Magic Charlie Brown where he turns invisible and he kicks the fucking football.
If he turns invisible, does that count?
No, that's what I said. Maybe it's not canonical, but yes, it does count. He kicked the football. His foot, applied force to the ball and it moved.
The point of Lucy not letting you kick the football is that Lucy's being rude. Not that Charlie Brown... Like, I think the thing that people would be alarmed by would be the idea that Lucy would allow him to kick the football.
I see what you're saying.
Not that he would, through chicanery, kick it despite her.
He did. It was tricky. It was tricky.
Nice, Johan. Get teenage pregnancies are non-existent. Did you get it? Water
It's very
Temple,
clever. Very clever.
Final Fantasy 1. Sunken Shrine. Maybe there's another way to get up to 4F. Benedict.
He was snuggling in my belly nook, right?
Yes, he was.
I sleep in like the fetal position and he likes to snuggle against my belly.
Right. Yeah, they're actually making the decision, can we live together? And have we lived together successfully? As opposed to finding out after you get married that
You know
you're
why?
completely incompatible
It's
at
because
home.
Dharma and Greg isn't on the TV anymore. I blame Dharma and Greg. You know the show?
Yes.
You're not laughing. I thought it was funny.
Did they...
They got married after like a week.
Oh, I've never seen Dharma and Greg. That's why I'm not
Oh.
laughing, because I don't know what you're talking about.
They got married after like a week or a day or something really, really fast. And then he was a straight-laced guy and she was a free-spirited hippie and hilarity ensued.
And then poor Gen X falls in the middle of all of that. The boomer versus
Whenever you hear
millennial
Gen
wars.
X, I think about that Spice Girls song. Generation X, Generation X, a generation. You know what I'm talking about?
The only Spice Girls song I know is the one Spice Girls song.
Yo, I'll tell you what I
That's
want,
the
what I
one.
really,
Wait, they had
really
another
want.
one. They had a
To
second
Become
one.
One.
That's the one, no.
Because that one is a dirty song, I think. Could be dirty. Guess maybe it shouldn't be. I'm just me.
I assure you this song has sexual innuendo.
Okay.
It's like the two heads are better than one song from the first Bill and Ted movie. It's laden with sexual innuendo. Pop music has sexual innuendo? What?
What?
Nani? Hey kitties.
Although speaking of dirty songs, one of the dirtiest songs I've ever heard, well, I mean, there's some dirty songs, but I mean, like, that wasn't meant to be dirty, or, well, it was, but it's not, like, blatantly dirty, is in Buffy, the Vampire Slayer. There's this song where a character, I won't say who, is singing, like, you complete me, or, like, with you I'm complete.
You make me complete.
You make me complete,
But then
that's
it
it.
cuts.
And then they said, you make me come, cut.
I can't believe it got on
Somehow that got through
network
the
television.
censor. That's a great episode of Buffy, by the way, where
Everyone's
What's it
bewitched by a
called?
musical demon. Once more with feeling.
once more with feeling, thank you.
Well, everyone's bewitched by a demon that turns the episode into a musical, and it works really well because they all comment on the fact that it's ridiculous that it's a musical.
Right, they know they're in a musical. They're like, I don't know why, but I just started singing.
I think this is going to be getting me to the thing that I'm heading to.
Oh, I think we're into like Marstead After Dark, sorry. That's what you get when it's my Friday.
Sailor Dan apologized for saying the F word when we played Fall Guys.
Aw, that's so sweet! That's very
I was
considerate.
like, you should tune in sometime when Andrew is on stream. It's cool, dude. I wouldn't worry about it. I try to keep it to like every half hour or so.
Exactly, Ramadan, you understand.
I knew where Andrea was going with it, but I thought that she would like leave it to everyone's imagination what the line was.
I'm sorry.
I don't know what I was thinking.
I meant complete. You cut me off.
So that's where I was like, yeah, and then she says, you make me complete, and it cuts off before she finishes saying it, and Andrew's like, let me go ahead and just make it clear. Hey, it was on network television. Oh, I didn't go in the store before. Just to be sure.
Didn't Joss Sweet say that's like the dirtiest line he's ever in?
Me. This dungeon is kind of a nightmare, and it's a miracle that I've kept track of where I'm going. I only kind of have. There's an area that I sort of have in the back of my mind that I didn't check out. I'm gonna try to head back to here in a second.
I'm trying to think of more science to talk about. I can tell you guys like what I did this week. It's not really that interesting, but in the hawk data.
Yeah, Hi, Ben.
I can't hear it over the game music. Is it done?
Yeah.
Okay, so so I work on a gamma ray experiment called Hawk, high altitude. Oh, no worries. No. What I'm saying is not important. High energy water Cherenkov Observatory. It's 300 tanks of water up in the mountains of Mexico, and it measures when high energy gamma rays hit the atmosphere. They like make a spray of particles, and we measure that spray of particles, and then we can figure out where they came from and how much energy they had. Anyway, so we have our event reconstruction. So we take all the variables that are recorded by our electronics, and then we say where it came from and how much energy it had, along with a bunch of other variables as well, but they're not important. So we have an event reconstruction we've been using called Pass 4. And in Pass 4, I saw a potentially very interesting signal. But we've developed a new event reconstruction, which is better, called Pass 5. And so the question was, do I see that signal in Pass 5 as well?
All right, so before you go further, let's explain what signal you're looking for.
Oh, I mean...
You're looking for dark matter.
Oh, that's not what the signal is. I was looking for dark matter and inadvertently stumbled upon something that's potentially very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting at.
Sorry.
So the main thing you're using Hawk for is that it's possible that dark matter is a particle, and that particle self-annihilates, which would produce gamma rays. And if we found extra gamma rays in the galaxy,
a place where there's a lot of dark matter,
where we expect there to be a lot of dark matter, and we can say that's definitely not coming from the luminous matter in the area like stars, therefore it must have come from dark matter.
Right.
So you're looking for places that you expect are dark matter dense but don't have a lot of stars or whatever in them.
Right.
Or at least you're looking for an excess of gamma rays.
That's correct.
But that's
and
not what you
actually,
found. But go ahead, sorry.
We're describing weakly interacting massive particles, and the technically I was looking for axion-like particles, which are slightly different.
Wait, so why do those produce gamma rays? Are they also annihilate?
Because axions coupled. Axions are intrinsically, tied to the electromagnetic force, and the electromagnetic force carrier particle is a photon, or a light particle. Right, so anyway, axions are tied to light. So what happens is the axion is created at the source, and then it goes through this magnetic field in the galaxy cluster that hosts the source, and it turns... Oh, I'm sorry, I got this backwards. A gamma ray is produced at a source, and then it goes through a magnetic field, and it turns into an axion-like particle. Yeah?
Okay.
So now we have an axion-like particle. Now let me tell you, we're going to move back to gamma rays. So we're talking about sources that are super duper 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 far away. And so gamma rays on their way to Earth from these sources run into something and lose their energy. They get attenuated. Axion-like particles do not do that. So you have the gamma ray turn into an axion-like particle at the source, and then the axion-like particle just travels and is like, I'm not interacting with anything!
Well, how do you know that it hasn't been attenuated?
No, I'm getting to that.
Okay.
So then the axion-like particle arrives at the Milky Way, and that has a magnetic field, so it turns back into a gamma ray. So what happens is you have a spectrum, so you have a number of gamma rays as a function of energy that you expect from a source, and it cuts off, right? Because the higher the energy, the more probable the interaction. So higher energy gamma rays don't make it as far because they run into something and lose their energy. So you expect this cutoff, but if you had axion-like particles, you would see photons beyond, you would see gamma rays beyond this cutoff. So you would see high energy gamma rays you didn't expect to see from this source.
Sure.
So that's why I was looking in the highest energy part of our data to see around this source called Markarian 501 to see if there was any excess.
Markarian 501, like a
It's an
nebula.
It's an active galactic nuclei.
Okay.
So it's a black hole, and it's accreting shit, and it's just like blasting gamma rays at us, and it's pointed right at us. So it's really, really bright.
So it's the birthplace of a solar system? No.
No.
Sorry.
It's kind of the death
Okay, death. Gotcha.
thing. I guess. Anyway, so I was looking for high energy photons from Markarian 501, and I found some, but they weren't right at Markarian 501. They were kind of above and below. So now the interesting part of that is Markarian 501 is a jet. And like I said, the jet is pointed at us, but not directly at us. It has some angle. So there might be different places in the jet that are making these high energy particles, or high energy photons. That's probably not dark matter, it could be something else. Anyway, long story short, I was trying to see if I saw this excess in the new data reconstruction versus the old data reconstruction. And right now I don't think I'm doing it right, but what I did do is I took some events, so individual photons, and I extracted them and I said, what are all the variables of these photons? Like, where do we think they came from? How much energy do we think they have? And I compared that between pass 4 and pass 5. So in theory, they should get roughly the same answer unless there's something really wrong with either pass 4 or pass 5. And what I discovered is that they basically get the same answer in terms of where it came from and how much energy it has. So sanity check, the pass 5 seems to be working. And that's... Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I know it's not terribly interesting, but
I thought that...
welcome to everyday science work.
Don't you discover something new every single day?
Yeah, there's just so many Higgs bosons, and
Just cast
you
Saber.
just discover one a day, start to publish it. It's
Use that.
kind of routine. Anyway, sorry. Like I said, thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yeah, I got it, Ravanon.
Oh, thank you, Yahan. You're sweet. Thanks, 6 gun. Or wait, no, are you clapping at Dylan? You're probably clapping at Dylan.
I was clapping at you.
Yeah? Okay.
What is there to clap at for me? I haven't done it.
I don't know.
Just over here doing random
battles.
battles.
Club. Oh, don't worry, Ramadan. All jokes are good jokes. I like jokes.
Do you like jokes?
Very much.
I don't believe you.
Although it's funny because I'm basically I'm the kind of person that will take what you say at face value. So there are people who like to fuck with me, where they
that's true. You're
because
lucky
they can
I
say
don't.
something that is a complete lie, but I'm like, really? They're like, no.
You're intensely gullible.
I am.
It's a positive quality, I think, that you're not so cynical that you think everyone's fucking with you all the time.
I guess, but
I'm in a state of
probably a middle path.
permanently assuming people are fucking with me.
That's the best.
I think the path that I skipped probably goes to that room with all the chests. So this looks like this is going down to where the Kraken is, so hold on. 2F northwest. Yeah, I did the 2 optional dungeons. I think I got a lot of XP. Just going through Earthgift Shrine twice was lots of experience. More than I usually intend to grind, but I just don't run from combat because it's slow. Flee is just a combat option that consumes a turn in this one instead of being able to hold L and R, right? My kingdom for a repel. Okay, so I think there was another staircase that I left behind when I was here last time. I'm trying to find that before we go down to where I think the Kraken is. Find out where I left it behind though.
There's still time for me to... Andrew's not best.
You know what?
For me to tell another story?
Yeah.
Yeah?
This game is random battles. And
Okay.
something happens every hour or so.
So, since I was saying thank you for coming to my TED Talk, that reminds me, I did do a TEDx talk. So, not a TED Talk. I'm not that cool. But Los Alamos, the lab I work at, had a TED session. And I did a talk which they titled, I'm not entirely sure if I dig this title, but they said How to Read a Science Headline, where I talked about statistics.
That was a good talk.
Well, it's all based on your ideas. So in physics, we have some standards for what we call evidence versus a discovery. So we quantify this in terms of a sigma.
Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, but that's a different talk.
But you talk about the same concept. Keep going.
I do, yes. If you guys want to listen to me yak for an hour about dark matter, he's gonna send a link. I do make some jokes. Actually, I remember...
This is a really good talk, and it gets into the statistics thing that you're talking about.
For this talk, I had a mentor. This was at SLAC, another national laboratory out in California, near Stanford, associated with Stanford. Anyway, so I had a mentor, and I was like, "Hey, how did you like the talk?" And he's like, "I didn't realize that you're funny." That's what Elliot said. Anyway, okay, so back to statistics. So we quantify, so if we see a signal, so say we expect, a flat line, and we see a bump on that flat line, we can quantify that bump, how big it is, relative to just random fluctuations by a sigma, which is a standard deviation of the Gaussian.
If you're not in physics, you probably know this as a p-value. Sigma is just a different way to present it.
Oh, thank you, Ramadan. Ramadan says I'm cool. Anyway, so I was trying to give people a intuitive feel for what a sigma really is. And so I was talking about 2 sigma versus 4 sigma versus 5 sigma. Because there are people in science who annoyingly make a big deal about 2 sigmas. I cannot express to you how annoying that is. A 2 sigma is a 1 in 20 chance of it being a statistical fluctuation. And so you might say, oh, 1 in 20, that's pretty good.
So rare.
But, I compared that probability to your chances of winning on a Powerball ticket. 1 in 20 is your chance of winning $5. So I'm just saying that if someone wins $5 on a Powerball ticket, I mean, good for them.
How many sigma was how significant was the Higgs boson discovery?
The Higgs boson was over 5 sigma, and so that ended up being the grand prize of like $2 million or something.
In the Powerball?
And yeah, in the Powerball. And that's what we call a discovery for obvious reasons.
For social scientists, though, 1 in 20 is enough for evidence as it has to be.
They do 2 sigmas, I know. But
in physics, it doesn't work that way.
In physics, it does not work that way. No, you need 5 sigma. And 3 sigma is about winning like $50 on the Powerball. So I was like, sure, you'd probably tell your coworker about that, and they'd be like, oh, right on. Now, another dimension to this is trials factors. We're going to learn about trials factors now.
Really good XKCD comic on it.
Did a good comic on this with jelly beans causing acne. And so the idea is that with the trial, so if you look at your flat line and you see one bump and you characterize it, that's one trial. But you don't know where on that line you expect a bump, so you look for a bump at every single point, which is similar to buying multiple lottery tickets. You look multiple times. Just like with the lottery ticket, you try to win multiple times. So if you have your friend come in and say, hey, I won $50 with the Powerball, and then they're not telling you, oh, I bought 100 tickets.
It's not as impressive.
That's like, you're like, really? I'm pretty sure you lost money on that. So how many tickets you bought is a very important piece to include in order to interpret the statistical significance correctly. And people don't do that, which is annoying. You just say,
yeah, they'll look in 1,000 places in space and say
sources, but this one's 2 sigma, and we're gonna make a big deal about it. And we're just like, oh my god, it's 1 in 20. Your chance of seeing a 2 sigma from 40 sources is consistent with not seeing anything. You morons. It's one of my biggest pet peeves. Anyway,
that's where you have a reputation for being the killer of signals.
I do, yes.
Someone says, oh, we found something, like, you probably didn't. Probably didn't account for trials factors, you probably didn't account for this. But that's being a good scientist, and there's no prize for...
Well, that's what I was taught as a grad student, is, you might see something, and then you should try to kill it. You should try to figure out, why am I wrong? Why is this not real? And if it survives, then it might just be something. Yeah. That's how I was trained. 1 Sigma, oh my god, don't even get me started on 1 Sigma. That is what you don't win shit in the Powerball. That is like a 34% or 32% chance of it being a statistical fluctuation. So.
The XKCD comic is like, someone supposes, what if jelly beans cause acne? And they're like, oh, let's go test it. We tested with red jelly beans and we got no results.
Yep, and we tested with orange, and we tested with blue, and with
They end up doing 20 colors, and then one of the 20 colors...
Green.
Oh, we know it, and it's a 1 in 20% chance that it's a random fluctuation.
5% chance of being wrong. Green jelly beans cause acne.
95% certainty. Confidence, I guess they say. So that comes up for Andrea and the dark matter astrophysics space, because people will look in like 1,000 different places and then not. They'll pick one where they see something and be like, oh, look, we saw this
and then
thing.
So... explain why they expected it just from that one and not the other 999 that they tested in order to justify not using trials factors.
Going in this other, trying to find this other staircase that I avoided earlier is not worth it. I'm gonna get even more lost, so I'm gonna just go back down to the basement here.
Thanks, Ravenon. Yeah, that's a brilliant comic. I could not have done it better. Although I do like using the Powerball, which was totally his idea. So it's like, put your money where your Sigma is.
Oh, absolutely.
Are you lost?
No, it's... The problem is there's a staircase that I left behind that probably goes to a room that has a bunch of treasure chests in it. But it's really far back, and the encounter rate in this dungeon is extremely high. So if I start heading back in its general direction, it just takes so long.
Alright, so what I was just talking about is just statistical uncertainties. Don't even get me started on systematic uncertainties. So there was a signal when I was a grad student that someone claimed, and this was the thing that I was looking for, and someone was like, oh, I found it! And because the data is public, so anyone can look at it, right? It's like, oh, I found it! And I went and I looked in a place where you shouldn't see any dark matter signals, and I found it, which points to a systematic uncertainty, because it's saying, oh, there shouldn't be any dark matter here, but there's still this weird bomb.
Yeah, they said they saw it in space, like, and you saw it in the Earth's limb.
Yeah, I saw it, right, yeah. And so the point is that it seems to be some artifact of the way we reconstruct the events. And actually, and this was not me, this was Regina Caputo, who is the shit, and she figured out that our detector had little gaps between the different, like, logs of detectors, and the events that ended in between those gaps were the ones that seem to be causing the systematic uncertainty, because if it ends in between our detectors, we don't have any signal, we don't know how far it made it. So it's harder to figure out what the actual energy was.
You had like a grid of detectors that were each detecting different gamma rays.
Exactly.
And there were gaps in between the grid.
Yep.
So if something hit the gap or it spilled over the gap, you didn't have the data over the gap?
Right.
Okay. Just making sure I understand.
And so we had a new event reconstruction that did a better job of accounting for the energy loss in the gaps. And in that data set, we didn't see the signal. Well, we saw the signal at like 1 sigma, but you know, who cares about that? Anyway, so that was fun. So systematic uncertainties, where there's some kind of artifact in your event reconstruction, is also an important thing to consider. Science is complicated. Although I'm sure, I don't know if ABC is still around, but like that is totally a factor in, cognitive psychology as well. And I know you all can't get to 5 Sigma, and I totally respect that, and I realize that you're dealing with a different subject matter that is much more random. People are random.
Well, there's more
but yeah, you
complicating factors that you can't rule out.
consider systematic uncertainties as well. Or at least that's what we call them.
If I don't get to this staircase that I'm looking for in a second, I'm going to pull up the map. Like, I kind of have a picture in my head of where the things are, but every time I get into a random battle, it scrambles it a little bit.
Oh, right on ABC. Yeah, so I'm sure that, yeah, you totally know all about systematic uncertainties or biases or whatever. Good luck on your talk.
So that's definitely where I want to go. If I go straight down here, it's just going to take me back to the submarine, which isn't what I want. I want... top left corner, I think.
There really are a lot of random battles in this dungeon, aren't there?
Yeah, I try to be nice about whenever someone tells me they're working in, like, cognitive psychology or
Dude, it's a whole
neuroscience or
different
something.
beast.
Well, I mean, it's really easy to be really mean and be like, don't you guys have a
You can't
replication
say it.
crisis? Doesn't mean nothing is true. It's like,
you're
no,
like,
it's just we gotta
no.
actually go through and
No.
do the
Although,
work.
I don't know, ABC,
We have a few friends in that field, so...
if you're familiar with this, what is it, PNAS, there was a paper about bias in academia for males versus females. They, like, sent a resume with, like, Jane or John as the name to a bunch of, like, professors and asked them to rank them, and the resume was identical. And they ranked the dude better than the woman, and I think it was like at 3 Sigma or something. It was really, really
It was
clear.
extremely significant, and it was...
It was really clear that this is a thing.
It also scaled with how unbiased they claim to be.
Yeah,
That was the implicit bias study from
right.
PNAS.
Yeah, everyone's got an implicit bias. Yeah, it was really interesting. It's something that the field is trying to get better at, like, and one of the ways to get better at it is to talk about it so that you're aware, right? But then you get these people who just are completely against doing that, and they try to justify why. Oh, you get like Harold Bloom. Have you guys heard about Harold Bloom? I hate Harold Bloom. I think
I have
that's
no idea who that is.
Is that his name? He used to be the president of Harvard.
Well, what's...
Anyway,
The person probably doesn't matter. What's the story?
the story is that he was giving a talk at Harvard about the differences between men and women, and he was like, basically said that women are biologically inferior to men and can't do science.
Woof.
Consequently. It was bad. And this guy ended up serving on Obama's cabinet.
It's unfortunate.
It's really unfortunate. No, Harold Bloom, I think, is the literature guy that I hate.
Alright, I'm back to where I was going. This was the staircase that I was missing earlier. There is a path that I skipped that probably goes up to the chests on the top floor. I'll try to figure out what's in them.
Larry Summers! Wow, I was like so wrong. I
You're
think I
as
just
wrong
have,
as you possibly could
I
be.
have a room in my memory palace devoted to people I hate. Oh no, Ramadan! You gotta drink some coffee. Ooh, Six Gun! Tell us about Francis Fukuyama.
Fukuyama.
Sorry, I always my emphasis for Japanese words is all off because there isn't supposed to be one, right? Isn't it every
I think
syllable?
you pretty much just say it all evenly, but I've heard some people say that no, the second syllable is supposed to always have the stress or something like that.
I guess that's true.
It's a reasonable shortcut to just give no emphasis to anything.
Books by idiots. Yeah, you got this, Ramadan.
Alright.
You can just
We
do
made it
off
back
the
to where
dome.
I was when I decided I'm gonna backtrack really quick to see if I can make it to those chests. And now, 30 minutes later,
Here we are.
There's a bookshelf. Books by idiots, not books for idiots. Oh, is there no combat down here? Oh my gosh, I can just explore at my leisure? Wait, fuck. Why did I say something? This might be a scripted combat, though, that's specifically on this tile. And we can cast Haste and Temper 3 times. That's cool. Pretty sure that was a scripted combat. Weird. European history, economics, sci-fi thrillers, naval history, morons.
You know, morons.
The ad-lib line.
It is, and it makes the sheriff.
On Little.
What was his name?
Little. Cavern Little.
Cavern Little. You can see him stifling a laugh. This is in Blazing Saddles, for those of you who don't know, which is an amazing movie that you should all see.
A picture of your moron shell. Very good. Posted the link to Andrea's Slack Talk Cosmic Clue in Discord if anyone's
The
interested.
Dark Matter Mystery. I came up with that, by the way.
They did a really good art.
Oh, I
thing for
use
you.
that in my talks all the time because I figure
Well, you told them that your idea was to do it based on Clue, and they
Yep.
made a nice little YouTube thumbnail for you.
Yeah.
All right, we made it to Kraken. Topapa has 800 MP now, which is absurd.
Oh, please put a picture of Six Gun. Sorry, I'm catching up. I went and got a glass of water.
Humans do impress. I kind of thought to see you here. I know, right? It's like I set the random battle rate to this dungeon really high so that you wouldn't fuck around with me. It's a cool sprite.
Oh, is that the Kraken?
It is. These dark depths shall be your tomb.
Oh, what's...
This tomb shall be your grave.
It's probably weak against fire. Or lightning.
Lightning, usually.
Let's get Kraken. Nice, yeah.
This grave shall be your tomb.
Isn't that redundant?
More on this pile. Yeah, that's the joke.
Oh. I get it!
Having 2 characters to cast that is so nice. I think I'm gonna trounce this boss just from running around so long.
You're like all leveled up.
Yeah.
Is that haste or something? Oh, you healed.
Kraken's not gonna be a big deal. I think he's got like a fire sword or something, doesn't he? Can they both use this thing? I should have done this earlier. Instead of temper.
God, what were you thinking? You don't have a plan. That's why you're gonna lose. You don't have a plan.
Oh, I guess I can't. It doesn't actually burn the item, right? Ow, ow, ow. But we're fine. I did a lot more damage.
First try. That didn't seem difficult at all. I mean, that one guy didn't take any damage.
That book is.
What's the moron book subject?
Hooray! The water crystal has been restored. Everyone's celebrating.
How many crystals have you restored at this point?
3 out of 4. Alright, so... I do want to fight at least one boss in the Lifespring Grotto. Let me see what's down there and which ones have drops that don't suck. Thank God for the exit warp. This game is nice.
Did this come out before or after Zelda?
The original?
Zelda, yeah.
After, I think.
I'm just saying, like, Faerie in a bottle. Is that in the original Zelda? I think it was.
Lifespring Grotto. Okay. Well, that answers that question. Earlier, Serp was like, I wonder if each of the dungeons features enemies from a different Final Fantasy. Yes, they do. I assume they're not as difficult as the ones from the Clefted Dimension, though. Like, I doubt they're really going to have you fight Omega. Alright. My man.
Gilgamesh.
Suck it, Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh has a Genji gloves. Judgment Staff.
Well, I guess if it's a year after, they probably pretty much had
Ragnarok.
everything set before that.
Oh, they all have good drops. Cool. Alright, give it a shot. Fairies with not bottles. It's got bottles in.
Oh, right, there was that little alcove you could go to where the fairy, like, healed you. I do remember that.
Yeah, you needed... There's the one was the dry fairy lake. You had to play the whistle. No.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah.
I think I need the boat to get to Lifespring Grotto. I can't use the airship. I need to get the crane from FF4.
Civilizations? I mean, at least they're calling it a civilization. I know people in my life who are like, oh, the Middle East is backwards and blah 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 shit.
It's not cultural and religious identities, it's class struggle. Sure. Let's go to... Alright, getting back here is kind of a pain in the ass.
Isn't cultural and religious identities like the source of lots of conflict? Like the whole manifest destiny, or... Maybe that's not a good example.
I think that's an ex post facto justification for the imperialism. Because Christianity obviously doesn't have anything in it that says, go conquer nations.
The Crusades? Wasn't that, based on religious identity? I mean, okay, fine.
Anytime I see that word, I always read the word of Western civilization in that context as kind of a dog whistle.
Yeah, that's awful. Oh man, no wonder that's in your moron pile. Good call on that, Six Gun. I'm surprised. I'm sorry you even read that book. But good for you, because it sounds like the author has done some other good shit, so,
Alright,
Makes
Lifespring Grotto.
read them.
Nothing on this floor, although maybe a feathered cap or a mind plus would be nice. This is a cool song. Too bad there's gonna be a lot of random battles.
What's Pumice?
What?
Pumice.
Pumice stone.
Pumice. What's pumice?
Volcanic rock. I use it to clean the toilets.
Yeah, it has to scrub really hard. We have hard water out here in New Mexico, or at least in Los Alamos. You know, there's some physicists who, like, win the Nobel Prize and then go crazy, and I think, and this is just based on watching one lecture from him, so maybe this isn't very fair, but I think it's Frank Wilczek's? Something with a W and an N and a C and a Z.
This theme is really good.
But yeah, I saw a, there we go, Wilczek's, yeah. I saw a talk from him. He gave a colloquium at Rice when I was there, and he was just talking about crazy shit. It's not real. I was like, dude.
Grind your teeth with pumice. Seems like a good idea.
And then put peppermint. So I wonder.
Pumice is the only thing that gets the mineral rings out of toilets in this part of the country. You gotta like really grind with it too. I wouldn't want to use it on my teeth.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty intense.
Pumice is also one of the stones that Garnet can use in Final Fantasy IX to summon things.
No, forgot about that.
She summons a giant toilet.
Oh, that sounds like it would taste awful. Baking soda for toothpaste?
It ends up doing psychic and paranormal research, so... Yikes.
Oh no, Leon! Oh my god. And you know the thing that gets me is that just because they got like a Nobel Prize or did something really important means that they'll probably get funding no matter what the hell they're doing.
Potentially get a Genji shield on this floor, which would be cool. Yeah. It's useful to remember that while the people that did discover important things usually deserved it, they also just kind of got lucky. There were a bunch of other people who deserved it too, who just happened to be looking in a place where there was nothing to find. And I think that part of our great men, great people narrative that we were talking about earlier certainly collapses when it comes to discoveries and like historical figures.
Well, it's like, I forget their names, but the guys who were working on like a commercial microwave like detector or transmitter or something, and they discovered the CMB, the cosmic microwave background radiation, which is the leftover like photons, leftover little like...
What is this weird sick? We can't get rid of it.
It's but yeah, it's leftover from the Big Bang. Or at least, okay, so fine, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It's like 300,000 light years after, or years after the Big Bang. Fine, but whatever, it's as close as we can get to the Big Bang as the CMB. But yeah, they just kind of were like, what's this thing? They actually, well, at least what I've heard, is that they thought it was like pigeons pooping on their instruments, so they went up in there and like scrubbed all the pigeon poop off and still saw the signal.
They got a Nobel Prize for it.
They did? I
got super lucky.
I think it's rightfully so. They discovered something huge.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I'm just saying, like, humans are very bad at grasping nuance, even when it comes to humans ourselves.
I think the third person was a theorist at Princeton who predicted it or something.
They like to categorize things and tell grand stories and... I know it seems like a cop-out whenever I give my postmodernist bullshit about, I'm not going to give you my top 10 games because you can't really compare games, right? But it's literally true. I know it's unsatisfying. Things are more nuanced than that. But yeah, you just don't want to commit. Well, yes, that's true. I don't want to commit.
Well,
but I have a good reason to not have to commit, so fuck you.
Yeah, postmodernism is hard because if you're going to make a definitive statement, it requires lots of caveats. Actually, funny story, since we're in a dungeon. In high school, I took a postmodern literature class, which was awesome, and I actually did really well in it, which is rare for me. I did not do well in English classes, and by not do well, I mean I was a B+ student, but I tried. But it just wasn't my in my comfort zone. But anyway, I took this postmodern literature class, and then the next semester I took the American canon.
Like taking the opposite of a postmodern literature class.
So in fact, speaking of Harold
there
Bloom,
is a canon, and there's
books that are better than other books objectively. Yeah, so we talked about like this guy Harold Bloom, who apparently wrote down a list that's the best books that are written by Americans objectively, and I spent the whole class arguing with the professor or the teacher or whatever, Rick. I argued with him pretty much every class, saying like, you cannot objectively say one book is better than the other. And actually I got so heated once, he took me out of class into the hallway to tell me to like chill the fuck out, and then he tried. He was like, don't you think that dogs playing poker painting is objectively better, or is objectively worse than the Sistine Chapel? And I was like, dude, if I was an alien race that worshipped dogs, then yes, I would think dogs playing poker is a better painting. Also, it's clever because that one dog is like holding an ace under a table or something. I think that's fun.
It makes me sad that a teacher said that was like actually saying, willing to argue
saying that dogs
the Sistine Chapel is just strictly better than dogs playing poker.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Anyway, no. So our final paper was supposed to be, create your own canon criteria and explain how the books we've read fit into that or don't fit into that. And I wrote my paper on how creating a canon in general is an elitist thing to do.
And that's why we're married. I don't know, I mean, I think that you can catalog and demonstrate the importance of works. Like I do that all the time on stream with video games, where I'll say like, Super Mario 64 is really important for this reason, and this game is really important for that reason, and right?
I do not disagree.
But that's not the same thing as saying it's the canon. Like, it's just the history.
From some old white dude. I was like, can we talk about that?
Speed plus.
I think I had a B in that class, which was very
white
kind.
Mage, please.
Considering that I spent the whole class arguing that the point of the class was bullshit. That was fun. I was an angsty teenager.
I have a syllabus or a list. Yeah, it's tough. Like, obviously there are hard sciences and disciplines where we can know things well enough that we can use them for practical purposes, right? Like,
you can
medicine.
Talk about how many people have read it or how many people have rated it well, but you cannot say one book is objectively better than another book. Or at least that's my opinion. Because I think that forming an opinion on a book is fundamentally subjective.
You can't hold anymore. What do I have 99 of? Regular potions?
Exactly, Ravenon. Yep, you got it.
Well, see, and that's exactly it. That's the mode of criticism that I try to champion, that you can't really say that Super Mario 64 is better than Super Mario Galaxy, but you can describe individual ways in which you think it has features that are better or worse than features from one product to the other. But to holistically categorize the whole thing is silly.
That require more or less, skill. But that doesn't make it better. It's like coming back full circle back to those guys who discovered the CMB, right? Like, you know, according to these bullshit things, objectively, or I would say subjectively, they aren't as good a scientist as other people.
Oh, because they were lucky?
Because they got lucky, you know, but...
Yeah, but I think
You know
the bigger problem is when you canonize, you beatify the scientist. When you have this perception in your head of Albert Einstein as this, like, basically God. Yeah.
Or Stephen Hawking.
And then we do it to all kinds of historical figures. We struggle to consider that they're nuanced human beings that had talents, and some of them, you know, supremely unusual talents and worthy of being inspected. Oh, wow, that guy was actually pretty smart. But the great men view of the world is... the lack of nuance is very bad. It's similar to the thing we were talking about in Discord recently about romance movies, rom-coms, that, like, through no fault of the rom-com, you don't have multiple years or months of dating to tell your relationship story, so you have to use narrative shortcuts and hope that the audience understands that they're shortcuts and not reflective of reality. And it's the same thing, like, I've seen some arguments that Hamilton, the musical, kind of runs afoul of the great men problem of casting, you know, characters like Alexander Hamilton as this great person, capital G, capital P, and that's bad for the national psyche. But it's the same kind of thing. It's like, this great men is really good for storytelling. It's really hard to introduce all of the nuance of history into a 2-hour musical, right? So I don't think the fault really lies with artists for taking those shortcuts for storytelling purposes. But I think that we, and as people, need to be better at understanding that's a storytelling shortcut. I shouldn't assume that the character that's just been presented to me in the last 2 hours is the person that existed in history, right? CS6 gun. I got a Zephyr cape as a drop, which I'm guessing is pretty rare. A cape alive with the spirit of the wind. Big evasion boost, that's cool. Hopefully it doesn't have a scary passive effect. Oh, Andrew, we were having so much fun. It's 10 minutes over time. Didn't even realize. Future Marstead. You're in the Lifespring Grotto. This is an optional dungeon. All of the bosses have good drops, so maybe keep an eye on the time. If you do all of the optional dungeons, they're going to go over the how long to beat, probably by a session. If you bail out, you might be missing on some cool boss content to actually take advantage of all these levels you've gotten, so maybe see how the bosses here go. If they're interesting, if getting down to them isn't too much of a pain, do a couple of them. Otherwise, just do like one boss per optional dungeon. Folks, let you guys know what's coming up.